Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I was just scrambling, trying to find my microphone. I just realized I forgot to pin it on my collar again, seriously. And if I have one day not streaming, I just lose my plot completely. Great to see you guys. I hope you're well. And really, really miss you. I mean, recently, I know. I've been, you know, um, sort of on and off with the streaming. I know got you guys been so patient, and I know things happen. Okay, life happens, and today we're here together, and I hope you've been happy stitching, and I've been running around and finally get to sit down today. I'm so relieved and I'm ready for a spot of stitching. Okay, and I hope you can hear me well. I've got my microphone here. And so today I'm stitching this piece, okay? If you have not seen me stitching this piece, I do not blame you. I cannot remember the last time I stitched this one. But from time to time I look into my stash of whips and I see this one. I just love it. And also this one, I'll explain a little bit more in a bit, okay? This is 10 stitching as well. And majority of my projects, full cross, but today a spot of 10 stitching as well. And if you're wondering what this piece looks like, here it is, okay? Where is my markup? Yes, look at this. Isn't that beautiful? This is a piece of artwork by who is this? Yes, Kim Jacobs. I knew it. You know, we used to have a Sao Day. Those have been with me for a little while. You probably remember, right? We used to have Wednesday. Wednesdays nowadays is Dimensions Day, okay? Dimensions Sao. It used to be Kim Jacobs Sao. Okay, we did it for quite a bit, for a few months, and it was great fun. So this is a piece of artwork by Kim Jacobs. If you're not familiar with the artist, go have a look on Heaven and Earth. This is a Heaven and Earth pattern, and there's a nice collection of Kim Jacobs artwork, and I've got a few pieces going, okay? But as you can see, the art style is very, very gentle, very subtle, and the color schemes are colorful but not in your face. So slight contrast to Amy Stewart. Amy Stewart I love as well. It's just so fun and very childlike sometimes, but sometimes, like traveling library very sophisticated. So quite a diverse sort of style. But for Kim Jacobs, it's quite consistently subtle and very, very peaceful. And I love the art style. And this piece is called Dry Flowers. And as you can see, this is a room, a studio for a dry flower person, and I don't know what the title would be, artist, I think. And to be in this room, with all the beautiful flowers maybe collected from the spring and the summer. And now it's time to turn them into dry flowers so they can be kept for long, long time. And I think some, dry flowers you can probably find in museums. They last for decades, if not longer. And also, let me draw your attention to that center bottom there. There's a little cat there. I know. There's a little kitty in majority of Kim Jacobs' pieces. All artists I love, they all love cats as well, and animals in general. And maybe that's why I'm drawn to them as well. So this is a beautiful room that, you create a beautiful dried flowers as well. It's so tranquil and peaceful. And I imagine this is probably autumn time, right? Because that's when you start, you have all the flowers you need to prepare them and turn them into beautiful bouquets. On the ceiling there, you can see, and it's just a wonderful, whimsical piece. And this piece I started, it was last year, just a few months before I really sort of, started to focus on this channel and started to do a lot of streaming. It was in the beginning when I needed a little bit of a change. Okay, so this is what I've got so far. Okay, since last year, in the beginning of last year, and I was in the mood for trying out 10 stitches, and this is one of the pieces I decided to stitch in 10 stitching, and I really, really loved it. Really, really love it. I think 10 stitching is legit. It creates beautiful pieces, and this piece is just perfect for it because it's very subtle, very kind of sketch-like, very loose in style, and it's perfect for 10 stitching. And let me show you a little bit of nitty gritty here. So in terms of progress, 7.44, not too shabby. And if I have not mentioned, this is a mini piece from Heaven and Earth. So smaller in dimension, but by no means less in colors. Okay, look at the colors. In a much smaller real estate, it's got 90 colors, the same number as regular size, regular, colors from Heaven and Earth. So a lot more colors within a smaller area, if you think about it. So in theory, it might be a little bit more sort of confetti, just think about the number changes. And I am going to start a new sprint here. Okay, yes, I'm doing it. And I'll try not to delete a whole lot afterwards. The other day with Gecko Rouge, looking back, I think what happened was, if you look at the sprint I just created, there's a bin there, the blue bin. But if you look up, upper right, there's a red bin. Just in case it's not, confusing now, there's a red bin up there. I think what happened was, because it was probably after 2 weeks of not using Saga, for whatever reason, my intention was to delete the sprint. Instead, I pressed the red bin. I ask you, I know, and erase the whole thing. I know, I did it. I think that's what happened. So I'll try not to repeat the performance, okay, and try to stitch peacefully and preserve all my stitches. It's not easy. I'm slow already, okay. I don't want to erase the 60 stitches I've already, I spent 3 hours to do. Oh, hello everyone. I'm so happy to see you, and I don't know. Yes, recently it's just been weird, okay, running around everywhere. But happy to see you, Rajal. First to report to the chat. Rajal says, hello everyone. Happy Stitching Tuesday. Thank you guys. You've been so patient with me. It's supposed to be like daily stream for to start with. And then, gradually it's about 5 days. Recently it's like on and off. I know. We will, find our flow back, and I'll probably reveal a little bit more why I'm so busy recently as we go down, this journey together, okay? And all will be revealed. And hello, Rajal, and Clara as well. Hello, great to see you, Clara. Always a great spirit and a beautiful stitcher. And Chivis as well, 3 hands. Once again, Chivis trying to scare Yogi. 3 hands, okay. And we have a lot of stitches with, a mysterious number of hands there. Maybe that's why they're stitching so fast. Maybe that's what I need. 10 hands, perhaps. And Sarah, great to see you, Sarah. I hope you're well. And wonderful to see Sarah here always. And our lovely Susan as well. Susan is here and waving, thankfully, with one hand. And Susan, I started a sprint, okay? I hope you saw that. And Sherry's here as well. Hello. And we also have Cindy joining us. And Susan says, some time since I saw this one. I know it's a little bit. I think it was April this year. Not as long as I thought. I thought it was probably like in the beginning of the year, but it was in April, back in April. And also Heather House is also here. Great to see you. And Kelly Shaw as well, waving, thank God, 2 hands. And Suzanne as well. Suzanne has been a member with us for long. Suzanne is one of the first viewers, found this channel in the very beginning. We have very, very small group. And Suzanne was one of the, and joining me every day. And thank you so much. And Suzanne is doing really well with her channel, with this streaming. And she's probably streaming more than me nowadays. I think Suzanne, every time I looked, sorry, I haven't got time to join your streams, okay? But every time I looked, she's done the stream just, a few hours before. So really well done, Suzanne. And consistency is the key, isn't it? The more you do it, the more it flows, and the better you're at it. All your setup and everything gets ironed out. Definitely. So Suzanne is definitely doing really well, and Sana is here as well. Oh, again, guys, three hands. What did I say about 3 hands, Sana? And there you go. And Lefty Gemini is also here, and sound stitching work and reporting from work club. We're standing here with you, okay? Anybody who's reporting, watching from work club, and I will be stitching for you. Every single stitch I'll dedicate for you, to you. And Barlow, the bunny. Oh, Gary Barlow is watching. The bunny, okay? Not Gary Barlow, the person, but Gary. If you're watching, if you have some free time, I bet you probably have a lot nowadays, okay? Come join us and do a spot of stitching with us, okay? And Love Drunk, I'm going to get sued by Gary Barlow. Gary Barlow says, I'm really busy, my career is still, a peak, at the peak of my career. I bet. I believe you, Gary. And Love Drunk is also here. Hello. And Lynn as well. Lynn and is saying hello to Cynthia as well. And hopefully Cynthia is going to come back to join us, very, very soon. And Linda Diamond is here as well. Great to see you. And Guy Lane as well. And I think Guy Lane's from Canada, if I remember correctly. I kept thinking Guy Lane was from Australia for some reason, but that's not true. Guy Lane is from Quebec, right? And Janine, oh, hello, Janine, right on time, full class today. And Chrissy is here as well. Great to see you. And Andreas and Sola is also here joining us. And Lucy, one of our newer members here. And great to see you back, Lucy. And Marlene as well. And let's have a try. It's called Guyjana from Denmark. First time chatter, long time lurker. I just love this piece. One day I'm going to stitch it. Do not wait. That one day is today. Guyjana. Just head straight to heaven and earth and get this pattern. And you can get a mini one. Mini one is just as pretty as the larger one, and just get it and start stitching. And Guyjana, well done. And thank you for joining us. And Alison as well. Hello. Alison is on holiday club. Alison just created a new club for the channel. Holiday club. Not many members, not many people on holiday club. Whereas me, I'm in the holiday club. Work is holiday, and so I'm on holiday every day. And Suki as well. Great to see you, Suki. Thank you, guys. Yes. So this piece. Okay, let's have a look. Yes. If you're allergic to past threads, okay, today you need to take some Ujjayi breaths with Yogi here. So a lot of past threads going on. I love seeing these threads. I love playing with them, and also I'm stitching. If you haven't noticed, the threads are quite fluffy. It means I'm stitching with CXC. So it's super soft and super fluffy. So more volume as well. So it probably looks more than what it is, but CXC is quite fluffy, quite soft. And so this piece, I'm stitching on 22 counts. 22 counts. I think it's hard anger. Let's not go there. 22 counts fabric. It is, and I'm stitching 10 stitches, 2 strands, with CXC. So it's a really nice spec for this piece, a mini piece, and 2 strand is quite full with, in terms of coverage with CXC. So I really, really enjoy it. And also this piece is so velvety, so it's perfect for the thread as well. So in terms of how I'm going to approach it today, if I remember correctly, I think I was doing a little bit of color flow. And I think it works really well with color flow with 10 stitches because, with 22 counts, even with 10 stitches, it could, sometimes it feels like it's quite crowded at places, particularly when you have a lot of color changes. So color flow is actually a very good method for this, and a lot of color changes, but I enjoy it. I enjoy parking my threads, and as you can see, there's no floating stitches. There may be a few over here. That's for kind of a legacy method. I was stitching it with a different method, but with color flow, no floating stitches, and everything is attached. So it's quite open and quite nice to stitch. I highly recommend it. And so here we go. Today with CXC, I am going to color flow my way with this piece. And so I'm going to warm up the area I'm going to be focusing on, I think, roughly around here, but I think I want to focus on extending the top border a little bit. So this is the top of the work, and I've been going kind of diagonally from the left to the right, and build up some height. And so I'm going to keep going, actually, because it's quite fun to kind of establish the border. Sometimes you're kind of just in the mood for that. And so, guys, join me and let me know what you're working on today. Let me bring on my work mode here. And I am just looking at the chart. I want to find a color that's kind of relatively easygoing. But looks like there will be some color changes happening here. Wherever I look, really. So I'm going to just, go step by step and start to pick up these colors. Okay, so here we go. I'm really looking forward to it. I have not done 10 stitches for a little bit. And here we go. Let me know what you're working on. Let me pick the first color here, okay? So only 2 stitches. So it's going to be that kind of start. Normally when I warm up, I always try to, pick a color that's got a lot more stitches. But I'm following the chart. 3776. 3776. And let's have a little look. I do have a thread here already, ready to go. Whoops. Oh, never mind. 377 is 3776. Let me pick a new strand. Only 2 stitches though. And I don't know, because I know some of you are stitching, are about to start like me, or have already started alphabet 101, right? And so I'm gonna get my act together and get the fabric and maybe start sometime, I don't know, maybe if not this month, maybe in the beginning of July sometime. And there's a Facebook group that I have joined. It's run by one of our viewers here. I think it's Megan, right? She's the person who started the group 101 alphabet. And yesterday, I think it was just yesterday, I looked, the artist who created the chart, she's also part of the group, and she replied, and she sent some really lovely message to the group. I thought it was so nice. I was quite thrilled. I think the lady's a genius. I love her patterns. I've got her when the forest grew, or when the tree grew, you know the one I stitch from time to time at our thingy. I'm thinking about how I'm going to end my thread here. I'm very tempted to do, you know what? I'm gonna do a blue suit style ending. I'm gonna just leave a tail and cut it off. I'm gonna try this with this piece. So I just pull my thread away, and thread is through the stitches. If you can see it, let me zoom in a little bit. Can you see it? The thread is coming out from the middle of the stitch here. So it's anchored down. Normally I'll just pull it out through the corners, but this has more, it keeps the thread more stable. So I'm going to try this. If it starts to annoy me, then maybe I'll try other method. I just thought maybe it's a little bit easier. And the lady, yes, I've got that piece going, the tree one going, and I'm looking forward to doing 101. And I thought it was so nice for her to say hello to the stitches. All right, this one, there's only one stitch, 758, 758. 758. I told you a lot of color changes. 758. Already I'm on color number 2. Susan is working on 9 p.m. by Carla Gerard. So it's the same artist as the festive seaside I'm stitching, which I love as well. There's so many beautiful pieces, isn't it? And Janine is working on Storyteller's View. Oh, interesting. Yes, that piece needs some love. You know, it's about time. Oh, hang on. Where am I? Why am I? I think already we're in a little bit of a situation here. Can you see that? Let me zoom out a little bit. I think there is a couple of stitches I have not marked on the project. Oh dear, let me fudge it. Hang on. 75A. 75A. Okay, I need to sort out the situation. Can you see the discrepancy between my chart and my fabric? I think these two, they weren't. All right, let me just fudge it. Yes, the colors are quite similar, so I think we're good. All right, why don't we do this one instead? Yes. Michelle, hello. Michelle Fuller's in the chat. Great to see you. What are you stitching today? Or maybe Michelle is going somewhere nice again. I'm so jealous. Okay, I'm color flowing, so I need to follow the rules here. Let me come up from here and park. So with color flow, you don't create any boxed in stitches or floating stitches. These are the two sort of top level principles. If you follow those two sort of, I would say rules or guidelines, then you're on the right direction. So I am going to do this one here. So I want to keep it relatively diagonal, so it's just easier to manage. Okay, I'm back here, 758, just one stitch. And Gajana says the problem is that DMC is very expensive. I have not found CXC or any of the better brands to buy, but I have the pattern. Besides, I have Maggie, the mess maker, to keep me busy at the moment. Gajana, you're from Denmark, aren't you? So yes, so if you're in Europe, unfortunately, DMC is very expensive. You're absolutely right. Have you tried CXC, or you tried and you didn't like it? Because it's maybe not for everybody. I personally like CXC a lot, but I can totally understand it if some people find it too fluffy, because DMC threads, probably just the way they're produced, okay? DMC, the thread is kind of spun together a bit more tightly, so it's a lot more structured. Whereas CXC is a blend in material. It's not full cotton, so it's quite fluffy and soft. Some stitches might not like it, but I find it quite nice to be used on certain pieces where you want a lot more coverage. 758, 758. So it's a preference thing as well. But yes, if you're stitching Maggie as well, yes, that is that's going to keep you busy for a little bit. And Vadui, hello, it's been a little bit. Great to see you. So I'm doing color flow, but introducing the blusu ending method. Just to see how it goes. And this one is 356, 356. It's lovely to stitch tent sometimes. Two stitches and then ending as well. Because 10 stitches, I have various options for ending the thread, but I don't love all of them. And I don't, you know, like for full crosses, I do tuck in. That's my go-to. But for 10 stitches, I kind of switch back and forth. I cannot say which one works best for me. So I'm trying this one as well to see if it's a little bit easier to manage. And also I'm flowing quite, you know, steadily from the edges. So, you know, running into the end bits is less of a problem. So if I was doing cross country in any way, or color completion within the block, the location, you know, these threads will probably be very annoying. But if I'm flowing gradually from the edges, I just need to cut them off when I get, you know, a few stitches away, and that's not so much a problem. Lucy says, did you not like using paper chart? I know you said it was very different. Oh, Lucy, yes. That's a bit of a sore point. You know, I don't know whether Lucy has followed my 7 day, okay, 7 days, guys, 7 day paper chart only challenge. The first couple of days, yes, it was a little bit challenging, but by the 5th day, I feel like I kind of found the flow, and I was kind of, you know, quite relaxed and enjoying it. But you know what? When I stitch vintage toys, which was on the 6th day, that piece was so confetti. Working with paper was very challenging. I have to be honest with you. My brain was fried by the end of that session because I was just going in and out, and I was doing color flow as well, which is probably not the best combination. And so I did one more day after that, try to recover from it. But I just feel like, oh, it was a bit much. And I wanted to enjoy every single stream, every single session that I'm doing. And so if at any point I feel like, maybe I'm not feeling it, I promise myself that I would not force myself to do it. So I decided to, all right, I come clean. Okay, I wanted to do 10 days, but I ended up, doing 7 days. That was my that was my limit for the paper chart. But I love to try again in the future, maybe in 10 years' time. Okay, stay with me. And and Linda says, did my stitching this morning, just watching and crocheting. Oh, wonderful! I love knitting and crochet as well. Yes, join us. Just join the chat. And next one. The next color is. There are quite a lot of color changes here, actually, quite a few. I might dip in and out and come back to sort of slightly less confetti. This is what I was saying in the very beginning. Even though this is a mini page, mini pattern, mini version, it doesn't mean it's easier to stitch. As you can see, the color changes. If you look at my chart here, quite a lot of color changes, So it's slightly misleading if some people think mini is easier. Mini is just smaller, that's it. Less stitches, but doesn't mean it's easier. All right then, A44, A44. Oh, Michelle is working today. Yes, Michelle says, I have to work today so I can play later. I know, it's the balance, isn't it? I work and I play, even though work is play. If you're doing what you love, work is play. Chrissy says, I'm working on Free Spirit by Katrina Bear. It's from Hate. Oh, interesting, Christy. I don't know which piece that is. Would love to see the markup. Badui says, I was in office last week and couldn't watch the stream. And this week I'm working from home. I know Badui is switching from working in the office and working from home from time to time. And you can always tell Badui is so happy to work from home because she can join us and stitch with us. I know. But you know what? I think the working from home culture is definitely strengthened after COVID, right? Because for a while, the companies I used to work for, really large companies, they have this mentality that if you are working from home, it's just not they're not so much thinking that you are slacking, but they feel that the team spirit is not quite the same if not everybody is there at work. And there may be some truth to that. But I think COVID kind of forced everybody to work from home. And you know what companies realized? They realized things didn't fall apart. Things could just, continue as usual. Yes, you need to have online conferences a little bit more. It's not as spontaneous. You can't just go to someone's desk, but you could, FaceTime someone, you can Zoom someone, you can call someone. Things can still move forward as usual. And so I think post COVID, the mindset changed a lot, quite a lot, I think, because a lot of companies actually cut off the physical offices greatly to save money, because they realize they don't need, for instance, if they have 500 employees, they don't need 500 seats, because that takes up a lot of office space. It's quite expensive. They maybe have 300, at any given time, and allow employees to work from home, maybe 2 days a week or something like that, particularly when people have family, and also maybe build up to a sort of long weekend-ish. It's not like you don't work on Fridays, but if you work from home, it saves you time from traveling, right? So it's easier and everybody's happier. And also the companies actually save a lot of money maintaining the physical office spaces. So there's a trend. The companies actually cut down the number of, desks they need, which is probably a good thing. Probably not a great news for people who rent out those buildings to companies, but, I think it's probably better for employees psychologically, because you don't have to go through the grind of traveling, commuting every single day. And that was one of the things that really killed me as a when I was doing sort of regular hours. Not the work itself. I could do it. I enjoyed it, but it's the day-to-day routine. 3826 3826 is just one stitch. One stitch. 3826. And now I'm the opposite from before. Now I have zero routine. Pretty much zero routine. It changes every day. And talk about that. Talk about lack of routine. I know tomorrow, unfortunately, tomorrow I have to work. Okay, tomorrow night, emergency cover. It just came through today, earlier today. A fellow teacher had an injury, and she was ordered to stay at home. So I'm going to be covering her evening classes tomorrow. So tomorrow, yes, we won't be able to stream, but I will be back on Thursday. Okay, tomorrow is Wednesday, and but I will be back on Thursday. So this is what I meant about lack of routine. Nothing's that predictable. And so I have to, think on my feet and be flexible as well. So if you don't want routine, be a yoga teacher and a floss tuber. How's that? Nice combo. Okay, let me pull this thread over here and pull it out. I quite like it because it's a little bit awkward to do, the tuck-in and stuff with CXC on this fabric count. 3826. 3826. And Stain. Is this Stain Angel? Says, hi everyone, hope everyone is fine. I remember your YouTube handle. We have met before. Welcome back. Ginny says, I told you paper charts are evil. No, I don't think paper chart is evil. It's just it can be challenging. And that was the whole point of me doing the challenge, because I wanted to find out where I am and how far I can go with a paper chart. And I knew I hit a wall, okay? that is called vintage toys versus color flow. That combination kind of showstopper right there. Lona, hello Lona, how are you? I hope you're well, and Mom is well as well. And Stargazer is here as well. Stargazer says, hello, good day to all. I love this pattern. She says, I know, me too, me too. I love it. It's so pretty. And it's so elegant as well. It's very subtle, but so elegant and really whimsical as well. All right, let me have a look. Oh, next stitch, next color. I have 3 stitches. How nice. 3 stitches. So here we go. We have 3721, 3721. Badu, he says, I love working from home. I don't have to deal with traffic. I stitch a little bit more next week, going back again. I know, traveling, no one enjoys commuting, right? I was quite lucky. So, for years and years, I had to travel on London Underground, which is, it really kills your spirit after a while. But then I I discovered that I could cycle to work. So for many years, thankfully, I was able to commute on a bicycle. So that helped a little bit. But still, it's that daily routine. You get up exactly at the same time every single day, 5 days a week. You brush your teeth, you get dressed, you take a shower, whatever, and then you go to work. And that routine is, it can kill your spirit. I think a lot of people do not enjoy doing the same thing every day. Like, there's a certain element of that. It's just, it's very demoralizing. There. But I think hopefully in the future, as the technology moving forward, there will be more ways to work within your home environment, or just a different location, so you are not stuck with the same routine all the time. You can maybe even traveling at the same time and do your regular job. There are a lot of jobs are like that. If you're an artist, if you're a writer, for instance, if you're a journalist, it doesn't matter where you are. You don't have to sit in the office, with everybody in order to do what you do. There are jobs already out there that it supports a more flexible kind of lifestyle. Oh, a lot of confetti here. I'm going to quickly just move to a slightly different area for now, and I'll come back in a bit. Yes, it's you need to have a escape route here from time to time, so you're not stuck. So this one, I am going to why don't I is it this one over here? Let me have a look. Where am I? Here. Okay, 318. Chrissy says I'm actually going to post my first floss tube video. Really, Chrissy? This weekend, floss tube? Oh, like a whip parade type thing, or a stitch with me? And whip parade! Wonderful, Chrissy. I love the fact that there's so many viewers, stitchers that I've been stitching with, and they all started their own channel. And a lot of them already have them, but maybe have not done created content that frequently. And now everyone is, and doing something together is wonderful, because we need more content. I think, this way of stitching is so unique and quite special. So I think, it needs to be celebrated. All right, this is only one stitch here. Why does it say 2 stitches? Let me have a look. And 1, 2. Let me count. It doesn't match. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's correct. This one. Oh, right. Why does it... Do they look like the same color? Have I picked the same color? So my chart is not... Oh, dear. Yes, I've already have this thread ready here, 318. It's okay, because I get really sloppy with marking from time to time, so they're not always correct. Let me do this one. So I probably marked it on the wrong spot. It's okay, we can fix that. So Chrissy, have you recorded it? So you have already recorded it, and you're going to post it. Wonderful. Gajana says, I never try CXC, but it's because I have not found a place to buy them from. Oh, interesting. So if you're in Denmark, where would be a good place to buy them? I don't know whether you can buy from the UK, whether they're going to charge you a fortune, but in the UK, there's a really good vendor that I buy them from, buy CXC from, and I'm sure there are other vendors as well. Maybe some of you can, recommend places. Let me see, where shall I go? Let me go over here. Oh, why don't I bring on the 5x5? I have the 5x5 gridded. That's a lot easier, isn't it? Okay. So it's over here. Going to park it. I'm going to just move my hoop downwards a little bit. Wiggle the hoop down a little bit. Susan says, paper chart on the reason Yogi wiped out the cockroach stitches. Yes, that's for a slightly different reason, but I think it's just the Saga was really mad at me because, I had not used it for 2 weeks. And yeah, there you go, the revenge of Saga. Saga is having the last laugh and leaving me crying. All right then, 1, 2, 3. One stitch, or a lot of one stitch kind of situation. It's okay, we can do it. Bluebell Anna says, evening Yogi, I started my career in COVID and I'm still working at home. Very lucky, I'm introvert, still stitching during working hours. Hush, hush. I won't tell. Yes, it's a lot more flexible, isn't it? Because at home, the performance comes from the amount of work that you've done, right? It's not like it doesn't mean you have to sit there every waking hour and, to do what you do. And so working from home, you can have a little bit more sort of, like a side quest and just to distract yourself, which is quite nice. And, we're not machines. We can't just, sit in a sort of office in a little box and in front of a computer all day long and be happy. It just doesn't work that way. So, absolutely. It's wonderful that you have that flexibility. 640. And I think, same here. Since I transitioned to be a yoga teacher and have other side quests as well, I'm so much happier as a person, because when I was working for those big companies, a lot of times, particularly when you started your career, your goal is to keep moving forward, working for bigger projects, working for bigger companies, get more money. And before you know it, you kind of, you lose yourself completely. I'm not saying that everybody is like me. Maybe some people are really happy doing that. But for me, I was dying slowly inside, but not knowing why that was. Because I was quite successful working for those companies as a contractor and doing really, really well and building up, really good track record and reputations. But I was dying on the inside because every time I start a new project with a company, new contract, I always wonder why I was feeling so empty on the inside, because it's such a thrill to be able to start a new, project, and you feel wanted because, when you get hired for a new contract, it means they want you, and you should feel good. But I wasn't feeling good, and I didn't know why for a long time. And I realized, what work environment in the traditional sense, there are many things. First of all, is the commute. Okay, you basically have that fixed routine every single day. But on top of that, a lot of times the work culture, because everybody's trying to get ahead, everybody's trying to, there's a certain amount of competition, and sometimes I can only speak for my line of work. Okay, maybe different industry would be different, but for my line of work, there are a lot of psychopaths. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I'm not saying it in a sort of being flippant. There are a lot of it's actually well researched. The larger the corporation is, the more psychopaths you have, or sociopaths. There are a lot of people are drawn to that kind of environment because sociopaths and psychopaths, they are rewarded in that kind of environment. Because if you think about what's particularly sociopaths, the traits would be, seeing everyone in front of you as obstacles, and also they're assessing people by gauging how useful they are to you, if a sociopath or psychopath, right? And so it's all about using people so you can get ahead, and corporate environments is very much there's a lot of incentive for people who doing that, backstabbing others, and so you get ahead, so you are a sweetheart to your bosses, but complete asshole to people around you. Or if you unfortunately managing people, yes, you can be a complete jerk. So but you can do from the career point of view doing quite well, because you probably get promoted because the bosses like you and you do the dirty job for them, so yeah, so you are, by virtue, surrounded by a lot of people. Hopefully I wasn't one, okay? But you can decide. It's for you to decide whether I'm psychopath or not, or sociopath. But you are potentially surrounded by a lot of people who are very unhinged. And I can give you probably, an entire podcast, like full of, like, on its own, like a channel on its own, just telling these stories. Seriously. There are a lot of people who are not, they look normal, but not really. It's very scary. No, I'm scared. I'm scaring everyone if I'm working for large corporations. But it's well researched that you do a lot better if you're a psychopath or a sociopath. And let's have a look. Next one. Let me see. Let me see which one I should be doing first. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. And now my challenge is more just counting stitches. It can be very challenging. Laura, hello, great to see you, Laura. So Chrissy's channel is the same as her handle right now. It's called Chrissy's Adventure. Is it? It's all linked. It's all joined together. I'm trying to break the words up. And Chrissy's Adventure, hate adventure. Oh, it's a hate specific, is it? Sola says, don't want to leave Yogi crying. Why? What'd you do? Two. Susan said, love working from home, switched the laptop off and was instantly at home instead of taking over an hour via buses to get home. I know that's why people are not enjoying traveling, because it's a mean to an end. It's kind of, well, you have to do it in order to get home. And after work, normally, you're exhausted, aren't you? So you just want to be able to transport it home, but you have to get through that grind of sitting, on a tube or a train or whatever, and drag yourself home. Hello, Mandy. Great to see you. And Daria as well says, hello, Yogi and Stitchy friends. Happy stitching days. I know. Isn't that wonderful? And let's have a look. And this one over here. Lucy says, I think all of the sociopaths you work with had their cousins working with me. That's hilarious. This is so funny. I know. So Lucy, you're in similar type of environment. I always wonder, yes, because I started to worry about myself because I was surrounded by that type of people over and over again. I started to wonder, am I one of them? And I keep checking myself, making sure that I'm not starting to become like them. It's like being surrounded by vampires. Eventually, if you get bitten, and you just turn into one of them. So, but I think I escaped before that happened. And that's why, internally, I was feeling just odd. I just feel like this is my dream job. I worked so hard since I left college to be here. Why do I feel like, everything is dysfunctional? There's just some weird people around and they do weird things. I just kept wondering, who is raising the alarm? Who is doing it? What have I done? Have I broken something? And working as a yoga teacher, first of all, I have to say I can't speak for other fitness classes, but I think in a good way, people don't become yoga teachers because they want to make lots of money and be quote unquote successful. That's not a mindset when someone becomes a yoga teacher. I can't speak for, maybe there's some exceptions, but I think most people become yoga teachers because there's some stories. Majority of yoga teachers that I've come across, they all have a story to tell. The moment they realize they need to change something and they decided to follow the path of yoga. So hopefully, I'm hoping majority of the teachers there, not that many psychopaths or sociopaths, maybe the process kind of weed them out. 3743, I'm going to put this in on my organizer. Sola says, you said I make you cry. Did I? Did I say that? Why, Sola? What did you do? Chrissy says, I might change my name. Not sure, though, if I would post it in your group, if that's okay. Yes, of course. Yes, you're welcome to post your channel name. And yes, the channel name. So it's not this one you're using, is it? Is it just the name, I think it may be confusing. So, Chrissy, you know, the great thing about the Floss Tubers coming to this chat is people can just click on your name and find your channel. You know what I mean? So if it's a different account, you can always come back with that account, or maybe you can use this one. You can change the name to a different one. You are, you know, some people don't know you can change your name freely as many times as you want. So it's recognizable, you know. So when you talk about your channel, people can just, you know, click on your name and they find it rather than having to search. But it's up to you. It's your channel, so it has to be a name that you like. All right, next one. Um, 3041. 3041. Oh, you know, there's so many episodes of weird things that happened behind office doors. I cannot tell you. I have, you know, it will probably be like, I don't know. It would take a long time to tell you all the stories. Lucy says it was hard for me just to survive. I escaped to. Oh, congratulations, Lucy! For a moment, I thought maybe you're still sort of working with those people. I think you know I kind of noticed there's some weird characters there, but I didn't have a name for them. I didn't know there's, you know, sociopaths, psychopaths, but because of those individuals, I decided to go down a path of doing research about those traits. And lo and behold, the word sociopaths came up over and over again. And the thing is, once you met one sociopath or psychopath, it's a lot easier to recognize another one because you can spot them miles away. So it's probably a very good life skill to gain to be able to spot some, you know, slightly iffy characters, or very iffy indeed. Some of them, oh, seriously. I always think some of them, if they're not working in those companies, they'll probably be committing crimes. Seriously. It's you know, it's that level of dysfunctionality, is that a word? You know what I mean? You know, no joke. And Sola says, so true, Yogi. I hated working in the office. I perform a lot better at home. Yes, I think some people prefer offices because it's more structure. Some people might even enjoy going to a office. And first of all, you're able to talk to your co-workers. That's quite nice. And but the price you pay is I don't think that's the right thread. Oh, it's this one actually. Sorry. Picked the wrong one. And but the price you have to pay in order to see your colleagues, if you like them, because I do have co-workers I really liked as well, but it's yeah, the price is great. So it's okay, don't worry. You're not making me cry at all. I'm laughing, you know. And Bluebell says, Yogi, I think your saga screen is a little bit behind compared to what you're stitching. It's entirely possible. Yes, there's a little bit of lag there because my iPad is ancient. Anybody wants to guess what model it is? Okay, I'll just tell you. Okay, you'll be shocked that I have an antique piece. Okay, it's I bought this iPad Air. It was bought, I think, it was 2017. I know, 9 years, nearly 10 years. This is probably a testament of Apple products. 10 years later, my iPad is still working, and is working with not every single app. Some apps just decided it's too old, but most apps I can use. And I did have a slightly newer iPad in between, larger one that I use for work, but that one died. So, I reverted to this one, and it's still working. It's quite shocking, I know. 2017. What was I doing then? Lucy says, I'm free. I call them knuckleheads. Oh, knuckleheads, eh? I just call them psychopaths. Just one stitch here and I have to park. It's just the way it is. Let me see if I can move down here and start to do to build the stitches in more diagonal direction. I think the problem is, even though with color flow, you don't necessarily have to do diagonal, but it helps when you build stitches in this shape because it creates less duplicated colors. It's just a bit more parking friendly. Andrea says, I have an hour commute drive to work and work with lots of those cousins on the father's side. Oh, like family business. But family business can be complicated as well, right? Because you can't walk away from each other. You're stuck there together, family business. So let me see. Let me pick this one. Oh, a lot of single stitches, guys. This is just going to be one of those sessions. It looks friendly, but, actually quite confetti. A23. A23. Janine says being a manager does test your patience at times and does make you dysfunctional sometimes too, for sure. You said it, I didn't, okay, Ginny? And she says, I think it's why my bosses drink so much. Ah, I'm just a middle manager. Right. Well, but let me share this with you, okay? When I was working for corporate jobs, I was drinking a lot. No judgment from me, I totally, I have no judgment when it comes to drinking, but I think that's how people bond together. Particularly, I think I can't speak for other countries, but in this country, drinking is a major social bonding activity, and particularly London, because London people don't do other things other than going to restaurants, going to eat or drink, and with colleagues a lot of times. Well, I think going for meals with people, you tend to have meals with friends, but with acquaintances and colleagues, you drink. And so I would say there's a pressure to drink. Okay, I'm not saying that I drank because I was pressurized. Not at all. I was fully participating, willingly. But yes, it was a way of coping, I think, because at the end of the, the end of each day, you just want to escape somewhere and you want to do it quickly. And the quickest way you can do it is to have a drink, you know, and also you get to bond with your co-workers as well. I think this one is done, but it's not marked on my chart, is it? I think this is the first stitch. That's why I'm so confused. A23, A23. I think this one it's already done. Yes, and I think the more empty the job is, probably more need for self-medication, because you want to find a remedy for the reason why you're not feeling great, right? And I think, oh, hang on. So this one is, what am I doing? So this one is the right color. I just have lost it. I think my parking symbol, they're all over the place. I just marked them the wrong place. This is why. This is so confusing. Okay, so this one is literally the last one. I could park down here actually. Why don't I? Mine as well. Do I want to park here? No. I think I'm going to end it. And I think being a manager, I don't know. It really, again, I can only speak for myself. Even though I was quite, being quite ambitious, I wanted to get, bigger contract and everything. I was never, ever tempted to become a manager. I think because being a manager really it's very, very boring work and no one likes you. So why would you want to be a manager, right, Janine? Janine's a manager as well. Because when you're managing people, I'm not saying you need to be light, if you can be a very good manager, and some people are very good at it, but majority of them, you're just doing admins. You're not really making things, are you? And for me, I want to create things. I want to stay on the ground level so I can produce things. And being a manager, you're really just shuffling spreadsheets. So I was never tempted to do that. All right, this one is 3041. Oh, this part is very crowded, very crowded. Janine says, I have a 2013 iPad and missed apps don't work. Missed apps? Oh, most apps don't work on it now, but it does still work. 2013, that's brand new comparing to mine. Oh, no. 2013. Oh, no, I got it incorrectly. Yes. Oh, that's older than mine. Mine is 2017. So Janine has got an antique piece as well. I think, yes, if it's 2013, probably majority of apps, they don't support them anymore, so it breaks. Where am I? I've done, this bit is very, very crowded. Okay, I've done that one. And where am I? This is going to be one of those streams I'm going to be asking a lot of questions, like, Who am I? Where am I? 3. I can't even figure out where I was. Was it here I did? Maybe it's a good idea to stay within the block, because I really get lost, particularly with 10 stitches. I think I found it earlier on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay, I found it. Maybe it's a good idea. Maybe it's a good idea. I found it. Maybe it's a good idea to stay within the block. I think that would be better. And here. There. Why don't I do one block at a time, right? If I just deal with this block only and ignore everything else, maybe I can bring on my box, okay? Where's my box? Here. Why don't I just do this? Where is it? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just focus on one block at a time. But I'm going to do row by row, because it's just better that way. I've decided I'm going to do row by row, one block at a time. Otherwise, I'm just getting so lost, because the colors here is very kind of all blended together. The style is so loose. There isn't very clear definition, in terms of where I am. So I'm going to focus one block at a time. Okay, guys. Changing my strategy here. And I am going to grab my pencil. And there. I'm going to focus on this block, so I know where I am, right? So it's very, very clear where I'm focusing on. It's a hairdresser. I'm very good with the managing my threads. Andrea says, I work in a male-dominated industry. I'm the only girl in my building. Same here. I was very often the only girl in the team, because IT being IT, Yeah, that happens a lot. I don't mind it, actually. I get along really well with male colleagues. No problem. I'm just one of the lads. 610. And whereas now I'm working in mostly female industry, and quite a lot of male teachers as well, but still very female, and also students also probably 70%, 70% female. So very different. Just one stitch. How nice. And then I am going to pull it away here. 610. Andrea says, I work with a lot of idiots, psychopaths, and thieves. Oh, that's a nice collection, Andrea's. Thieves as well. So Janine agrees with the managers. They just need to drink in order to relieve them, to find some relief. Sola says, I used to drink a lot because working was so miserable. But when I work from home, it was a lot less. Now that I'm retired, I hardly drink at all. Working was bad for me. Unfortunately, because, as I said, it's a very human thing, actually. So if you're in a situation right now, do not judge yourself, really, because, it's human nature wanting to find remedies for things to feel better. That's all we're trying to do. And, drinking is very accessible. It's, everywhere. So it's and it's also socially quite acceptable as well. So it's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. We're just trying to find something to make us feel better. And I think stitching is one way to feel better, but not many people realize it's it's available. But all we want as human is to feel good about ourselves and feel fulfilled and feel that we're actually serving the world in some way, right? That's all we're trying to be. And but sometimes working in those environments is very hard. And a lot of job roles, everything's broken down in job roles. So a lot of people feel that they're not in control in anything. So for instance, if you're working in the team, even as a designer, even though in the sort of workflow of producing something, designers has a lot to say, but ultimately you are answering to a whole bunch of people. They can say yes to this, no to this. So even when you have a really good concept, by the time it's been filtered through a lot of people, different ideas, sometimes a lot of politics, a lot of managers fighting with each other for sort of power struggles or all that, silly stuff. And also filter through the budget and whatever it is and time frame. Whatever you're trying to design originally, even if you have the best concept, it gets butchered to the point that it becomes unrecognizable. And that happens every day, every single time. And imagine how demoralizing that can be for anybody. And that happens to all industries. I'm sure a lot of people probably join an industry and trying to start a career, trying to do amazing things, but eventually they get beaten down by the system, and it happens a lot. It happens a lot. I'm trying to turn down this auto thing. Because it's trying to jump everywhere. Yes. Oh, it's a lot easier now. That was a great idea, because now when I look at fabric, I know I'm stitching here. Because earlier on, I was going everywhere. Oh, bad idea, bad idea. And I think I stopped drinking probably not right away when I left my previous type of work, but from the moment I decided to pursue yoga, because I did a training. I didn't become a teacher right away. It took some time for me to work out my own stuff, and but from the point I decided to pursue as a yoga teacher, that's when the desire, the need to drink kind of stopped. And it sounds quite weird, and I think a lot of people working for sort of regular jobs, particularly sort of unfulfilling 9-to-5 jobs, they become functioning alcoholic. I think I was one. I was definitely one, and I definitely had a DNA for it, because my dad was an alcoholic, till he couldn't drink anymore when he was, very unwell. But alcohol has been, sort of medicine of his choice for all his life. So I grew up with a lot of alcohol. And so it was the medication of my choice, so to speak. That was all I knew. And so, yeah, I did a fair share of that. But from the moment I had that inner fulfillment, that desire to drink kind of just went away. It just felt silly to do it. You know, I just feel like, what am I doing? What am I doing? So, and I have not had any sort of desire to go back to that since. But I'm in no position to judge anyone at all, at all. And a lot of people can drink happily, responsibly, I can only talk about myself. One, two, three. And Janine says, what did you do with your hand? Did you crash on your bicycle? No, I cut myself with scissors. I know, and here as well. I know, very clumsy, very clumsy. No, it doesn't hurt though. Weird, it's quite weird. I'm very clumsy, Janine. Have you not realized? Where am I? Why can't I park here? Seriously. One, two, three. Is it here? No. One, two, three. I'm so confused. Janine says being a manager is how you move up and make more money. I can't be a work bee. I need to tell people what to do. Yes, well, Janine, I'm totally with you, because if you work in a corporate structure, the normal company structure, that is how it works, isn't it? In order to get more money, you have to climb the ladder to be a manager, to manage others. A lot of people do it not because they love being a manager, it's because they want more money. And that's how the traditional work structure works. The higher up, quote unquote, higher up you get, the more money you get, even though you probably do a little bit less. I don't know. It's managing people is less fulfilling. Well, I can only speak for myself, okay? Maybe some people find it very, very satisfying to do. But you managing people is not a fun thing to do. It's not a fun thing to do. It's complex. It's it's messy. So a lot of people do it purely because they want more money. That's it. That's the only motivation. So I get it. I get it. One, two, three. Can I park it anywhere else? I can't. Nice, 3, 4. Sola says being a manager is too much like babysitting. Well, it is. It's about trying to appease your boss above, unless you're the boss, right? It's about trying to work with people above, so they're happy with what you're doing. At the same time, a lot of times the managers have to do the dirty work for the managers. For instance, in my case, working in IT, very often the managers were probably have a conversation with the boss. The boss will go, well, we want this to be done by this date. And the manager will go, okay. But the problem is, very often, it's very unreasonable deadlines or requests. And of course, the problem with the management, the traditional structure, is everything is very detached. So the boss has no clue of what happens on the ground level when people actually have to do the work. It takes time to do, and they don't like it because they want things done. It's like ordering a pizza. If you don't know how the pizza is made, you have no empathy, you don't care, you just want pizza to be at your door in 30 minutes. But a lot of things have to happen. Sometimes there's traffic, sometimes, God knows, all sorts of things could happen, in the kitchen. But if you are detached from that process, you don't care. You just want a result. And that's what happens with a lot of managers. They want the results because it looks good. Okay, maybe they have another boss to answer as well. So it's layers of report. Everybody wants to deliver, quote unquote, results. They want good performances. But ultimately, someone has to do all that. Someone has to do all that. That's the team on the ground doing whatever it is needs to be done. And they're not happy because if you ask them to do certain things, it's simply just not realistic, to achieve. And that happens so much in IT. It's classic situation that they go, hey, we're going to have the next release by, I don't know, the end of July. And the manager will go, okay, and speak with the team. And the team just stare at the manager and go, what on earth are you talking about? And when you're on the ground level, you have methodology to break up tasks, the actual things, how the pizza is going to be put together. You have to make the dough, you have to get ingredients, you have to get supplies, and you have to, make the pizza. And it takes physical time. You can't just press a button and a pizza just appears. And so when things are broken down in actual steps, immediately it shines a light on the unrealistic requests, the deadlines, etc. But a lot of times, a lot of managers, Janine, I'm not pointing at you. I'm sure Janine's very courageous, but a lot of managers, they're not courageous enough to turn upwards to say no. They can say no, they can, request a lot of, unrealistic things to teams, but they have no courage to say no to their bosses. So a lot of times you end up, this is what I was talking about, having projects literally butchered, having great ideas literally slaughtered in that process, compromised heavily, and in order, for the sake of a deadline that's requested by clueless bosses. And that happens a lot. So, no wonder it's unfulfilling to do, because you are repeating, rinse and repeat every single time. And people get beaten down by the system because they go, well, there's no point trying to do good. There's no point to work, do extra, to think on your feet, to really come up with good ideas, because eventually those ideas are going to get just flushed down the loo, or just turn into something that you do not recognize. So it's the structure itself is a system, is a culture, there's the mindset. Until these people die out, people think that way and thinking the company has to be structured that way. Until that group of people, either they have to change for whatever reason, or they die out when there are new companies that build different way, have different, has different company cultures. And I think it's happening. You probably see less and less of those massive, giant dinosaur companies. There are layers and layers of reports, and no one has any clue of what's happening. And everybody's primary sort of focus is how to climb the ladder so you get more money, you get more, respect in a company. And even though it's less and, becomes less and less fulfilling, but so people become less and less happy. It's it's a vicious cycle. You can see that, happening. You probably experience it yourself as well. But, no surprise there. If you break it down and see, things as the way they are, you kind of wonder why, how people survive in that, system, sometimes for their entire career. 3371. 3371. And it's a kind of system unless you question it. You kind of just accept it as what it is. You say, well, everybody's doing that. Kind of. If you think that way, you probably feel like you have no escape. And escaping requires courage. And, a lot of challenges for sure, but it can be done. Oh, Chivas is baking cinnamon rolls. Wow, that sounds delicious. Dear, oh dear. That sounds very nice. Yes, you can both. We love baking here on the channel. And Janine made a beautiful rhubarb. Has it got strawberries in a pie as well? And she posted a beautiful picture. Yes, I need to find time to do a bit of baking. I have not done anything properly for... I'd love to bake some banana bread. I've got a lot of frozen bananas in my freezer. I love to bake. I love to make banana bread. I need to find a good recipe. Oh, this bit is very crowded. It's like being in London. This is central London for sure. A lot going on. 3371. Silver stitches. Oh, it's been a little bit, hasn't it? Great to see you. And Lynn says, Yogi, I'm going to change my YouTube name to Unpick till not stitching. Love watching you. Lynn. To Unpick? You're going to change your YouTube name to what? To Unpick? What does that mean? Lynn, are you starting your own channel as well? Is Lynn going to be a floss tuber as well? Catherine says, did anyone watch Kamari walk from wrong side to the other one color at a time? Oh, you mean one side, not one side, not wrong side. What does that mean? Has she gone all the way, like width-wise? I'm so scared. Oh, right, you corrected it. Okay. One side to the other, as in the full width? Or, because she's stitching vertical, isn't she? She's doing, so when you say one side to the other, you mean from the bottom left on the chart to upper right? Or something like that. Sola says, my boyfriend was a very gifted leader. Everyone loved to follow him as it inspired teamwork. Well, some people are natural leaders for sure. There are certain traits. There's some people just, they are kind of magnets for people who are kind of naturally drawn to, and they're happy to listen to the person. That does happen. It always makes me smile when one of my colleagues, back then, when they go on so management boot camp or whatever, they sometimes they give you some sort of executive, leader training. There's a lot of fancy names and stuff. I always laugh. I always thought, well, if you anybody, and note this down, okay? If anybody told you that, they have signed up some sort of management boot camp to be trained as managers, they shouldn't be managers. I really think so. I think being a good manager, natural leader, natural managers, and there are out there. There are people who just go, yes, I want to listen to you. I think, you probably know what you're doing. Those people, they never get any kind of management training because they don't need it. They just, the way they are. It's like being artists. If you need to be trained to be an artist, you probably shouldn't be an artist. And I really, really think being a manager is a little bit like that as well. If you're not a natural leader, just walk away, do something else. So if anyone needs to sign on to a course to learn how to manage people, they shouldn't be doing it. Heather says, in my work life, I was one of those people who would say no to the boss, and I was told I wasn't a team player. It's hard, isn't it? It's a balance between, well, being a team player doesn't mean you should be just, say yes to everything. That's not what that means. It's just like in life, just because you say yes to everything doesn't make you a better person. In fact, it takes a lot of courage to say no. But obviously, it depends on what you say no to, right? You have to be reasonable as well. And I'm sure Heather was definitely reasonable. But yeah, it's a kind of label they pin on somebody when they don't like you to defy anybody. Unfortunately, yes, it can happen. So being a team player doesn't make you a pushover, right? But I think, if you think about, if you were just like, there's a lot of parallels between managing a company to managing a country, if you think about it. If you think about being a manager, if you were a manager right now, what would you like your team members to be? You want them to follow you. Do you not? You want them to just say yes to whatever you say so your life is easier. So imagine if some of them say no. It's a problem. 154. And so, of course, they want everybody to be obedient, just say yes, and just do whatever the company asks them to. And when that's not you, when you don't do that, yes, they can label you as a troublemaker. Just like in politics, if you're running a country, what do you want? You want people to be obedient, just follow the rules, no problems. But that's not how it works, and that's not how it should work. But depends on what your point of view, where you are. Depends on who's talking. Lizzie says, I would not want to be part of corporate machine. Sounds soul destroying. It can be, yes. You're not wrong, Lizzie. It can be. And it has been like that for a long time because, this is just how the companies are structured. And that's all we know, how to do things. But it doesn't have to be that way. And luckily, being a yoga teacher, I don't really get to meet my fellow teachers that much because you just go in to teach your classes, and most of the time, if you're teaching your classes, other teachers are not there. There are other types of teachers, maybe Pilates teachers or Zumba teachers or whoever. You bump into them, but you probably around the same time seeing other yoga teachers, because most of the time it's just one yoga class at a time. So I don't really get to meet them that frequently, but we do have groups that we speak frequently, like messengers and stuff, chat rooms. Janine says, I say no to my boss a lot, and he just takes it for the most part. I say no with reasons, but I used to be his manager. Oh, used to be his manager before he was promoted. Ah, so that creates an interesting dynamic, isn't it? So he used to be, you used to be his supervisor, and now it's the other way around. Oh, it's complicated, isn't it? And it can happen. It can happen. Hi, Rachel. Susan says color threads. Well, I bet. And Susan's allergic to parking, so. 1, 2, 3. It's a good idea to do one block at a time. I was so lost. So there are 2 strands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, it's very confetti. Very confetti. So Lynn's new name is Unpick. Is that what you're doing? Catherine says, referring to Kamari's double supersized cat, library of cats. She says, yes, all the way across to the right side of the stitching, 10 or 20,000, all the way on the left bottom. My goodness, she's already done 20,000. I don't even do that many in an entire year. So I doubt very much. If I do, anybody can do the math, okay? If I'm average about 200 stitches per day, even if I stitch every day, how many stitches do I end up with after a year? Anyone who can count to more than 10? That's not me. And Kathleen says it made me have anxiety the entire time when she started stitching a globe again, 600 stitches away. Why are you anxious? She's moving too fast, or you're worried that it's not gonna match the 2 charts, or something else? Lizzie says skills need to be honed, but I know what you're saying. Yes, to a certain extent, but there are certain things that cannot be taught. You know what I mean, Lizzie? So you can learn how to be a plumber, for instance. You can learn certain skills. You can learn how to, what else can you go and learn? You can learn a lot of things. And, you can have courses to teach you how to do things, but there's certain things cannot be taught. I think being a leader is one of them, because it requires more than just skills. Yes, skills come with time. The more you do it, that you can improve. But you need to have that raw material. I really believe so, because having worked in a lot of companies, and particularly as a contractor, I move companies a lot. So I have come across different management styles, different type of characters, and I really believe, I could be wrong, but I really believe being a leader, being a natural leader, a good one, okay? Because management is not just how you can run spreadsheets, how you can do the admins, or knowing how to manage a project. It is so complex, because you're managing with you as a character. It's more than just a function, is it? I think. And I don't believe you can just go to a course and they just give you a few pointers and suddenly you're a leader. I think it's misleading. This one, I don't know what this one is. It doesn't belong anywhere. Wolves, hello. Wolf says, I don't mind my team saying no. I think it's important to understand different points of views, and if there's something we can do differently. We brainstorm, and sometimes policy is policy, though. Yes, that's the balance, isn't it? So Wolf is probably a good manager, because a lot of managers, they don't like to hear no, because it takes, a lot of effort to deal with people who don't want to just follow the rule, follow the orders. So it really depends on what it is, yes. This one, I think this one might be part incorrectly. I have a horrible feeling. Let me remove that. It's like weeding, isn't it? Sometimes you come across weed. Ginny loves the word policy. I know. Policy normally means that someone somewhere decided that's just the way it is. But then again, policy is policy. I talked about this before. When I first started teaching yoga, I went through their internal trainings before you're allowed to teach at the studios. A lot of times they would do something like that. And I was constantly told that I should be playing music, because the members kind of, they get agitated or unsettled if it's too quiet. I've been told that by many studios. They want me to play loud music, not loud music, but like yoga music, just to fill in the silence, etc. And instinctively, I just said, no, I'm not going to do that. But I didn't tell them that, because even though they say you have to play the music, because this is just the way we do it, I never did once. I'm very proud to say I've been teaching for so many years. I have not played music for my classes, not even for a single class. And no one, no, I'm not fired yet. No one has ever come to me and go, hey, if you don't do it, off you go. And certainly the students haven't, I've never come across a single person, a student or members going, oh, I wish you play those yoga music that's really loud before, during, and after. Never. Because so they're doing things that they think, I think they're underestimating people. They think they're going to just, fall apart because it's quiet. No, they come to yoga classes because they want peace. Who's having a kitten? Rachel, are you having a kitten? Lynn says, Yogi, I have trouble managing myself, so I could not manage other people. I love it. I love it. Same here. I have problem managing myself. I can just about do it. No chance of managing other people. It's you and me both. Amanda says, I told the publisher of the magazine I edited no once. He was so taken aback. But what he wanted was literally impossible. There was no way to provide it. Only once, Amanda. And he was so shocked because probably no one ever said no. That's so funny. Yes, I think it's a no with a reason or reasons, right? And all right, 414. 414. Lizzie says Celtic calm sort of music. Yeah, that kind of the yoga music, kind of, the pseudo whatever. You know the type I'm talking about. And it's, how do I describe it? They're not terrible music. That's not the point. The problem is because, there is a place for music in yoga. A lot of, if you go to like yoga workshops, sometimes they have sound bars, sometimes they have someone playing instrument live, when you practice music and practice yoga. And that's great because it's live and it's kind of there for a reason. It's not just to hide the fact that it's quiet. And the problem with those kind of, gratuitous, kind of just random yoga music is that it's not there to serve a purpose other than to hide silence. And that's what I have problem with. Why do you want to hide it? What's wrong with silence? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Rachel says, you missed my comments. I'm fostering an entire litter of kittens that were found outside starting this weekend. Oh, how lovely. Yes, definitely do that. I used to do it a lot when, for whatever, strange reasons, I found new litters every single summer in my garden for a little while, and then it stopped. But yes, I was, I used to do it for sort of stray cats in the neighborhood. Definitely. And you can find homes for them, yes, definitely go for it. And the kittens are so cute. So your reward will be you're able to enjoy those little kittens before they get adopted. Yes, for about 3 years, I think, quite a while ago, for some reason, all the stray cats they given birth, they just found my flat. I think that I was probably on some sort of yellow pages or something. They just go to that lady's house and give birth. You will be fine. And then it just stopped for some reason. It just all stopped. Janine says, I think managing is inherited. My mum was head manager in a hospital and just couldn't work out being a manager. I didn't want the job, but happy being in the middle. Right. So your mum was a manager as well. So maybe that's why you felt drawn to doing that. I just know that I'm not a manager material. I think I do best when I'm when I have sort of some ability to produce things. I think that being a manager for me translates into admin. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of admin going on there. And for me, that's just not what I want to do with my life. Ruby Rose says, good for you, Yogi. I hate music when people are talking, as in teacher giving instruction. It's so distracting. I know, Ruby. Playing music in a sort of yoga kind of classes is a slippery slope, because it's, first of all, if you love the music they're playing, then it's fine. But everybody has different preferences. Imagine if you have to practice in the studio where they play music that you just don't like, or maybe a certain track, they're just so distracting. And also the volume is so challenging. Volume, you can get it wrong. I've been to classes, just like Ruby says, it's so loud and at different times as well. So it's very, very distracting. And I don't know why they felt the need to do that. It's so strange. And I never played music once. No one ever complained about it. In fact, I had students come to me and go, thank God you don't play music. That happens from time to time. Oh, Susan says chocolate time. Sorry, I'm slightly behind the chat. Hang on. Let me just do this one. I think switching to block by block was a good idea, because my mind just could not handle it, like a whole lot. Let me just have a look. 1, 2, 3 here. So I'm doing row by row, block by block. Oh, lovely. Kittens. Delicious. Right. Chocolate time. All right. Wolf says my work day is literally 90% admin. Oh man, Wolves. My condolences to you. And I think it's a lady, right? She says I have two directs and as in, bosses, and then 70 colleagues in my department, endless HR dealings, constantly juggling KPIs. Listen to Wolves. I enjoy the pace though. Well, yes, maybe some people are made to do, they enjoy the admin part of it. That's the management bit. For me, it would destroy me because I just like Lynn, I can manage it. I can just about manage myself. But also, I have a philosophy as well. I don't know if your managers, all the managers out there listening, watching, let me know if you agree. My theory with a team, right? Because we talk about team being managed and have a good manager, etc. That's kind of, our kind of conventional way of thinking. But I always think, particularly having worked as a contractor, for a long time, I really think a good team is when you don't really need to manage a team. When everyone is self-motivating and they're thinking for you rather than having to rely on you to go, hey, how are we doing today? And are we going to hit the deadline? You want a whole bunch of people who are, driven by the same goal as the company itself, to create a certain product, to hit certain deadlines. You want people to want to do that. So you start from employments, really, hiring the right people. Because I really think if you need to be managed, you shouldn't be doing that job. I really do think so. So, the management, yes, someone will have to do the admin part of it. But I think, manager's job should be more than admin. But a lot of times, that's what happens. Chocolate time here. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit. I just love these threads. I just want to have a look at them. But here's my giant chocolate buttons waiting for me. And let me know what you're snacking, okay? We're just stopping for a little bit of break. You break because you want to stitch more. And this is how we do it. It's a balance of life. You stitch like a fiend, and then you eat chocolate like a fiend. So here we go. Here's my chocolate. Big buttons. Cheers. Yum, yum. Santa says, you did it block by block in the beginning, didn't you? Yes, Santa has been watching. I did. From the upper left, I started off with pretty much this method. Block by block and row by row as well. Because I wasn't sure how well I was going to do, stitching 10 stitches, the stitches, they look different, don't they? I was worried that I wouldn't be able to read the stitches very well. And indeed, I was right, 10 stitches look very different. Like here, this is when I attempted to do min to max, which is color completion within quite a large area, and see what happened. I haven't gone back to do it because I dread it. So I started this piece block by block for quite a while, and then I kind of venture into various different way of stitching. So yes, you're quite right. So, and Lizzie says, by the way, Yogi, I got the result back from my university, my first university assignment. I got 70%. Well done, Lizzie. Yes, Lizzie just recently signed up to a university course, and well done, Lizzie. I hope it's going really, really well and you love it. I know it's a choice, when you're really young you have to go to school, and you know, sometimes we dread it. But as a grown-up, if you choose to go back to have you know, further education, you do it by choice, and it's because you love it. And so really well done, Lizzie. Round of applause for Lizzie. Amanda says, I'm having chicken and croissants. Oh, what a combination. You mean together? And chicken and croissants is a new combination. Wonderful, Amanda. Sounds delicious. And Susan is having all the cheese twists. How about Lynn? Are you cheese twist less? You probably have to watch Susan with envy. Oh, that one is popular. Popularized by Lynn. I think Marks and Spencer's will have to pay you some marketing. Cheers, everyone. I need to try those twists. Those chicken, not chicken, cheese straws. Oh, but it's got cheese in it, right? Oh, being a vegan sucks. I can't have cheese. Wolf says 1000% agree with that. If you really have to manage people, you're not leading the right way. Or maybe you hire the wrong people. You know, imagine those really passive people who has to be dragged along the way just so they do something. That's the wrong type of people you have. So I think starting from getting the right type of people, but I think people can be shaped and encouraged, right? Because some people, maybe they become passive because they get beaten down every single time they try to be proactive. Sometimes you have, you know, team managers, they don't want you to be proactive. They just want you to follow orders and do what they say. If you are under that kind of management, eventually you give up, don't you? You just go, well, there's no need to try because no one's listening to me. They don't want me to think. They don't want me to express what I think. And so you give up. That happens as well. Oh, chocolate stain. I thought I was being very careful. Well, it's okay. It's full coverage. It's full coverage. I'll cover it. And Heather House is having cookie dough ice cream. Ooh, that sounds lethal. That sounds amazing. I have not had ice cream for a long time. Janine says a good manager makes a good team. Absolutely. Absolutely. But good managers are very hard to come by. As far as, you know, I can only speak from my experience. Because the problem with manager is a lot of times they have bosses they have to answer to. So a lot of times they have to turn into a unreasonable so-and-so in order to appease, you know, the managers above them. And then it's a vicious cycle because if a manager whose primary concern is the bosses above them. You know, if I had a manager who is putting me below the bosses they're answering to, I'm not going to trust that manager again because I know what, you know, what his or her priorities are. It's not me or it's not this team. Their priority is to please whoever is above. That manager instantly loses trust in me. So I'm not going to trust that person. Hello, busy mom. All right then, let me come back to stitching. I'm going to have one more piece of chocolate, a small one, small piece. I'm trying not to stain my fabric, seriously. And I'm drinking my naked coffee. black coffee, okay? Not me drinking naked. It's family show, family show. It's my coffee that's naked. And Lynn is having no cheese, eating English strawberries. It's very nice. Oh, that's very nice too, but no cheese today, Lynn. What's happening? Lynn is changing her name to Unpick and eating, not eating cheese. So 3. Oh, I think I probably cut off something earlier on. My God. 1, 2, 3. 3 part threads. 3A61. Hey, Monique. Great to see you. All right, just one stitch within this block and I'm parking. Oh, let me zoom in a little bit. And then park. Where do I park? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh, what's happening? Hang on. I think Saga is still mad at me. Next one. 452. 452. And 1. And just one stitch. And that's it. All right. 613. Lovely. It's a bit more manageable doing block by block, seriously. And six, 645. 645. Janine says, does anybody know? A06 has been replaced. I can't find it anywhere. And my chart is calling for it. A06. What color is it? A06. I don't have it on my, not on CXC. I don't know whether I have it for DMC. What color is it? Amanda says A06 is discontinued. Amanda would know. Oh, it's blue. And Suki says 123 Stitch has A06 in stock. There must be some sort of replacement color that you can get. So if they discontinue it, does that mean that if they only have whatever stock they've got left and they're not making any more? 1, 2, 3. I think the great thing about stitching a blue suit method for a little bit is that I'm a lot more relaxed with these little tails because they used to really annoy me, but now I'm just looking at them as, you know, one of these things, and I just cut them off as I approach them. So. One, two, and then pock. Susan says, I think it's discontinued. 3760. 3760 is the substitute. According to Google, okay, 3760. And Janine has a chart from Hade, and that's relatively new, but has this color. I wonder how do you even find out if something is discontinued? Is there like a newsletter that you get that they just tell you, hey, by the way, this is going to be discontinued? I'm just wondering, how do you even find out? Other than, when you come across the color and you don't have it. 1, 2. I think this is the right color. 414. So Janine, it's got both the discontinued color and the substitute color as well. So you lose that sort of subtlety of the two different colors. But you probably wouldn't know, you know? You probably wouldn't notice at all. So let me remove. We don't need a box. Marlene says, oh, okay, so it's response, sorry. I'm just wondering, how do you even find out? Because if it's discontinued for a long time, you probably know. But if it's just happened, who's going to tell you? One, two, and then one. One, two. Amanda says discontinued in certain countries. Oh, so it's not like global. Marlene says some colors are only produced for the USA because those pigments are not allowed in other countries. Oh, like they're toxic. Why is it okay for the US? Do they not care for the people in the country? Surely. I'm always intrigued, particularly with medicine. A lot of times, certain things will be allowed in one country, but not the other. But if something's harmful, just not good for you, why would any country continue to allow it? I don't understand it. Because it's not like a matter of opinion. If it's bad for the health, it's bad for the health. It's universal. Well, there you go. Not bad. The block by block is definitely a good idea. See, I've almost finished this block, despite the fact it's so confetti. One, two, three. So Janine's a great fan of pain-free craft, are you? I'd love to be able to find a chart from them that I like. Just haven't found it yet. Let's have a look. There's one stitch here I want to do. And then park. I think Amy Stewart is exclusive for Hate, isn't it? Probably quite a few, for instance, Kim Jacobs. I have not seen her artwork being charged by anyone else. So they probably have a lot of exclusive artists. And I think that's the draw, isn't it, for a company, is to have an artist that's people can only get, their artwork, their patterns from you. Because otherwise, you can buy it from anywhere. All right, so this block, only 2 more stitches left, 2 more colors. 318, 318. Three, 1, 8. Lynn says, Yogi, the Eggman delivered. The Eggman? What is an Eggman? Lynn says, the Eggman delivered yesterday. I laughed, said, I dare not take 24 eggs with one arm. Definitely will not end good. Well, the interesting lifestyle Lynn is leading. Okay, Lynn got injured by a horse, and now she's got an Eggman. I know milkman. I've never seen Eggman. What do? They just deliver eggs. I love it. And you have to buy 24 at a time. But Lynn, you have a farm yourself. Do you not produce eggs? Well, not you personally, but do you not have chickens? Or do you just have horses? Is it like a stable rather than like a stable, horse stable? I don't know. Not that I know anything about farm animals. One, 2, 3. I'd love to meet an Eggman. And also milkman. Do they still have a career as a milkman? I mean, anybody still having milk delivered? Marlene says Sarah will not use colors that people can't get, or stupid things like clinic in a full coverage. I wonder, because that's a very good point. I think it's quite annoying if they use colors that are either hard to find or discontinued. I think discontinued can be managed, right? Because a lot of times if you Google, you can probably find alternatives. But it's still annoying because, you kind of go, with older charts, you kind of understand. But newer ones, you kind of go, well, are you not paying attention? If you know something's not available, why would you put it in the chart? And I wonder if the software, the software you're using actually tell you if something is discontinued. Because how do you know? And also, I think heaven and earth, they probably produce such a huge, volume of, oh dear, not this one, really huge volume of charts. So, oh, where am I? Hang on, I probably stitched the wrong one. Yes. They produce such a huge volume of charts. I maybe they don't check every single chart. I don't know. Because if anybody knows, they should know. So let me have a look. Where should I go next? I think this one and one more. Gotta be very careful when I cut this. Oh, everybody likes pain-free craft. Janine says Sarah and pain-free craft really helped me out, and she really didn't have to. Most companies would have said, too bad. Well, that's customer service for you, isn't it? But I'm also wondering whether it's a matter of volume as well. Not that it's an excuse for inadequate customer service. I think perhaps my impression anyway, I don't know whether it's the actual size of the company, but I think Pain-Free Craft is probably smaller in terms of the size. Maybe, they have more capacity to deal with individual sort of, requests, etc. I don't know. It's not an excuse for, lack of customer service, but all right. 1, 2, 3. Those ones. Just double checking. And grey. Oh, those two I have past threads. I didn't realize. So I'm going to move over here to do this block. I'm trying to catch up with what's happening. It's being said on in a chat. So where do you guys get all the inside information about the chart, the artists, etc.? It just seems like you guys know a lot about the inside stories. It's fascinating. Wolf says, what kind of things do you all like to stitch? I'm newly to cross stitch and I really like historical patterns. I like some recommendations, historical patterns. And Wolves, are you looking to stitch full coverage or just any type of cross stitching? Because they're different, a lot of different genres. So anybody who knows historical patterns, I don't know what that means actually. Historical patterns. Do you mean like paintings? I am going to, shall I end it? I'm going to end it. One, 5, 4. Marlene says, I love everything fantasy to stitch, but mostly dragons. I stitch a lot of dragons. Wow. I know dragons are popular. Dragons are popular. I'm just glad that calamari isn't as popular, even though there's some calamari stitchers. You know who you are. And 154, let's have a look. I've done that one, haven't I? No. 154. Janine says, Sarah, also make sure all the details of originals are in the charted versions, just right. So the quality, because the only chart I'm really sort of, looked into in more details is the 6 portals. And I know it's beautifully charted because the details from the webs I've seen, it's quite stunning. But that's, the only chart I know. That's from Pain-Free Craft. But I think I don't know, with full coverage, it shouldn't be the case. But if you're charting an image, right, you want all the details, naturally, it will have to be large, first of all, or larger, right? And with more colors as well. That's the only solution, because I don't think if it's possible to restrict the chart to a certain size and still capture all the details. I mean, another way would be being very selective on what type of images that you decide to chart. But that's, I don't know. We've seen all sorts of images. I don't believe there's a restriction in terms of what type of painting styles, image styles, they're being excluded from being charted. I think all sorts of things are being charted. But I think if you want more, details, the charges has to be larger, I think. I don't think you can get away with that. Rachel says, I can honestly say I have no idea that A06 was discontinued in other countries. It's widely available here in the US. So the question would be, is it being discontinued anywhere, or just certain country, or is still available in the US because you have a large stock that's still there? They don't want to tell you that it's been discontinued because people stop buying it. I don't know. Um, 3041. 3041. Lynn says, Yogi, I could not cope with all of them past. Lynn, Wu-Jai brass with me, okay? I know it looks quite a lot, and it is. And particularly with CXC, everything just looks more because they're quite fluffy. I know. Wu-Jai brass, okay, Wu-Jai brass, Lynn. And maybe have some more strawberries. It will be okay. It will be okay. All of the threads here have a destination. They're not there randomly. So just think of that. Marlene says, pain-free crafts charts are better charted and not as huge as hay charts. So they managed to reduce the size but maintain the details. So for those of you, well, I suppose download digital charts probably doesn't matter, right? Because Pain-Free Craft, they do digital downloads. But I think they do kits as well, don't they? And it's a little bit tricky because they're in Scotland. So the shipping is probably a little bit tricky for if you live outside the UK. All right. But I think the great thing is that we have so many different companies to choose from, isn't it? I think Hage, Heaven and Earth is kind of entry point for a lot of stitchers because they're being stitched so widely on YouTube and Instagram, etc. So the visibility is probably the greatest, right? But I think gradually we get to discover other companies as well. So I think they're gradually being highlighted. I think ultimately what they need to have is for people to stitch their patterns because these companies are not high street stores. You can just wander around, go for shopping, and then just bump into them. You have to, you only get to know them through certain channels and or sort of platforms. And one is YouTube, is probably most powerful one, and the other one would be Instagrams and Facebook, etc., and word of mouth. But if they're not being stitched by floss tubers, it's very challenging because how do you even know they're even there, those companies? So I think it's more about making it attractive and accessible for people to want to stitch, on social media. And that's the best marketing, really, because there's no amount of adverts you can give to promote, this type of product. Hi, Jojo. Great to see you. Yes, late for the class, Jojo. Very naughty. And Jojo says, went on a little road trip this morning to buy quilting thread. Just came back a few minutes ago. Well done. So if it's craft shopping, that's okay. That's enjoyable. And I hope you had a lovely, lovely shopping trip. I have not bought any craft material in shops, come to think of it. Because I used to go to, when I used to do a lot of knitting, I used to go to, haberdashery for John Lewis or maybe Liberty. But now I don't knit as much. I tend to buy all my materials online. I kind of miss in-shop, in-store experience. I have not done it for a long time because it's so convenient just to, buy online. Sana says the artists are telling the truth themselves, and Sarah from Pain Free Craft is also open about all communication. Well, I think if you're a charting company like Heaven and Earth, it's like being a record label, isn't it? You have your artist, and they're exclusive to you, and essentially you make money through them because of their artwork. You're able to chart. So you want to maintain a really good relationship with them. Otherwise, if you don't have artists, I don't know what what do you do with it, with the images? 3A36. 3A36. And I also notice a trend on YouTube as well, because remember for a while, and we occasionally talk about AI issues with the charting as well. But on YouTube, do you not notice? I don't know, let me know if your impression. Have you noticed there are a lot, far less AI content on YouTube? Because for a while, I remember in the beginning of this year, maybe the first part of this year, there's sort of AI generated sort of shorts and videos everywhere, to the point that you don't know what you're watching. There's so many of them just using AI, not lying about it, but there are a lot of AI generated content, like they merge maybe celebrities, their ages from young to old, that kind of stuff. For a while, that was everywhere. But recently, I suddenly noticed there's a great decrease of that. I think there may be some people just got fed up with it, and YouTube kind of stopped promoting them. I think we just got really fed up. Lane says perhaps pain-free craft should employ the Eggman for deliveries. Yes, that's a really good point, because the Eggmans, there are only so many eggs they can deliver a day. So maybe from time to time they can deliver cross-stitching kits. I'm sure they probably already have one standing by, Lynn. All right, this one. 452. Do you think that's what it is, Marlene? So, oh, I see what you mean. I know what you're saying. Marlene says DMC base the price on national income of the country, and that's insane. Sounds like it, because the country that's got, well, in theory, higher income, sort of national income or whatever it is, they have to pay more. So European countries will be definitely in that category. And I'm kind of wondering, well, I think for most products, that's kind of true in many ways. Like Apple products, for instance, on top of my head, for instance, an iPad, if it's £500, $500 in the US, in America, it will be the same price, but in UK money, if that makes sense. If it's $500 in America, it will be £500 over here. So in theory, it's a lot more than $500. And that happens probably with most products. But I think because, I don't know, it's just more noticeable with DMC, because we're talking about it. And also, it depends on what type of stitching you're doing. If you're doing a bit of, a few samplers here and there, you probably would not notice the prices of DMC. I don't know. But because the type of stitching we do involves so many colors, and suddenly for most stitchers, if you start stitching, heaven and earth charts, minimum, you need 90 colors. A majority of stitchers, if you have not done full coverage before, you do not have 90 colors ready in your stash, you know, and suddenly you go, well, I have to buy 90 colors minimum just to stitch one piece, and it adds up. It adds up very quickly. Four, 1, 5. So no one is correcting my stitches today because it's just too many pass threads. You can't work it out. See you later, Lizzie. 99, and well done with the university. Sweet dreams. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Busy mom says, I sure do miss dolly icons and spooky bingo icon. That's right. We cannot do a spooky bingo. I totally forgot. It's not just a dolly. Yes, busy mom, and I cannot believe they have not fixed it. That is so strange. It's been weeks, isn't it? And no spooky bingo. I really miss that as well. Yes, indeed. Oh, poor busy mom. You just have to buy an Android phone. You have to buy an Android product. Do you think it's a conspiracy for Android to force people to buy Android products? I know it's been like this for weeks. I'm really surprised they haven't fixed it. Apple, are you trying to drive Apple users to buy Android phones? Marlene says, true Yogi, but it's not fair because we're not rich. Like in the Netherlands, we're all small countries and we have some rich people, but most of us are not rich at all. Absolutely, absolutely. I think looking at the national income is, you know, it's an average, including very, very rich people. But they're probably looking at, I don't know. They probably have their own way and they want to make, you know, maximum profit for the company, which is very, very greedy. But I think most products, maybe on some level, they're priced that way. And that's why we're banned from buying DMC floss from America, because you know they're going to say it's cheating. But we do have different, you know, alternatives. I mean, to be honest, if I didn't discover CXC in the very beginning when I started doing full coverage, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how far I would have gone because there was just no way that I would have invested, you know, the amount of money later on that I did with a full set of DMC if I didn't even get to at least try it. You know, the reason I went forward with the full coverage when I first discovered it, realized how many colors I needed, was because of CXC. I knew that you know, it's an alternative that I could thread that I could use at least to find out if if I wanted to, do full coverage or not. So without CXC, I don't know. It's probably unlikely I would have invested so much money in the beginning. And to be honest, yes, when you were stitching, there may be preferences in terms of whether you like the texture of the thread or not. But to be honest, once the piece is stitched, I doubt very much you can tell the difference between different threads. I really don't. Unless you're some sort of connoisseur that you can spot DMC from miles away. But I really don't think you will be able to tell the difference necessarily. Jojo is showing up. Let's book it and go. Busy mom, okay. Some stitches can do it. Ginny says, I wonder if YouTube even know. They do. I think lots of people probably reported it, for sure. But I don't know. It's more about Apple. I don't know why Apple has not fixed it. I'm sure YouTube is definitely aware of it. And I'm sure Apple as well, but who knows? Who knows what's happening? It's quite unusual to have an issue like a glitch. It's been around for so long and not being fixed. So I don't know what's going on with Apple. Susan says Lona has done spooky bingo tonight. Lona has spooky bingo. Yes, well, it depends. So some stitches can. So it's not a members emoji issue. It's more of a platform issue. So it only happens to iOS users, the mobile devices like Apple, iPhone, iPad only. So, if you're not on those platforms, you're fine. You have it. One, two, one, two. Oh, I feel like a hairdresser today for sure. Busy mom. So that's where, a busy mom draw the boundary right there. Not going to buy Android phone. All right, 3A61. Yes, that's right, Marlene. The shops in America, they are banned from selling DMC to us because, And I only noticed that when I went to, I think it's 123 Stitch or Stitch 123, whichever. And when I saw the prices of DMC on their website, and I was so excited. I go, oh, wonderful. They ship worldwide, and they've got a lot of really, reasonably priced DMC. And I thought I cracked the code. And then I realized, well, I was laughing too soon. I wasn't allowed to buy it. Clara says, but our Yogi reported. Well, I don't have to report it. I'm sure it's, they're aware of it because I'm pretty sure someone else mentioned it on the stream. And they know it. They've got to know it. See you later, Rachel. Janine says, I don't think it's the Apple issue. I think it's a YouTube issue. Well, it could be either. It could be either. We don't know, but it's where YouTube meets iOS. That's a problem. So yes, you're quite right. It may not be Apple. It could be YouTube. For some reason, it just doesn't like iOS phone devices nowadays. But either way, I mean, it's in YouTube's benefit to fix it. If they have not fixed it, who knows why that is? Clara, do not worry. YouTube is fully aware, probably painfully aware that it's happening for sure. Because it's, live streams happening every single day. And I'm sure they know about it. I'll be floored if they didn't. Lynn says, Yogi, you're going to the hairdressers. When did you see Ross Stewart? Yes. Yes, Ross Stewart. I used to go to a hairdresser, the same hairdresser as Ross Stewart. He must go there quite a lot because I've spotted him. I bump into him a few times, and I don't go to hairdressers that frequently because at that time I had long hair, so I didn't have to go very frequently. And, he must go there because he's got blonde hair and his real hair is probably not blonde. So I think when you're not blonde, and you have very blonde hair, you probably need to get retouched very frequently. And every time I saw him, he was in the basement having tin foil covered all over his hair. So he wasn't there to cut hair. He was there to color his hair. I'm sorry, Ross Stewart. I've just outed you. Okay, you're not real blonde. I'm so sorry. It must be a shock to a lot of your fans. See you later, Susan. Low battery. Night night, sweet dreams. Oh, Stargazers, Ross Stewart fan, are you? Stargazers is, oh my goodness, I'd die if I saw Rod. I love him. Oh, thank God I didn't love him that much. Otherwise, I would have died many times. He was a really nice guy. I'm happy to report Stargazer. You know, obviously he's like a legend, okay? But everyone was being really respectful. No one is rushing over there to try to get, you know, autograph or anything, because everyone's just there to have hair done, right? And several times I remember, because where the coloring section is in the lower ground, in the basement, and so normally, if you're coloring your hair, when I used to color my hair, I would be down in the basement with him. But when you so you color your hair and then you get a haircut afterwards, right? So normally, when you get a haircut, you get moved up to the ground floor where they do the actual haircut. And when he finishes hair, you know, obviously I think he's a star, so the owner probably have him down there, so he doesn't have to mingle with ordinary people like me. But when he finishes, when he comes up to the ground floor, he will say hello to everybody. He will wave at everybody and go, you know, see you guys. And he would, you know, not like, you know, shaking hands or anything, but he would actually, you know, greet everyone when he leaves, like a normal person. He's not like, you know, waving at people like he's a star. He would just say, see you guys, kind of thing, which is very nice, you know. And I'm also happy to report all the hair he's got is his. You know, it's not, he wasn't there to have hair implants or anything like that. It's not a wig, okay? It's all his hair. And I'm sure he's still got his teeth as well, hopefully. All the teeth are real, which I cannot guarantee. I can't really vouch for that. Michelle says, strange, some of my comments are disappearing from the chat. Michelle, you're probably not alone, because we have another lady, Karen, who reported on the Facebook group all of her messages seem to have disappeared. So she would type and she could see it on her screen, but no one is responding to her because we can't see it. We can't see her comments. So I don't know what the issue is. I don't know why that happens. Stargazer says, I loved him since the early 80s. Wow. I mean, for his age, he's still looking really good. You know, he's still doing really well. I don't know how old he is. He's probably in his 70s, right? He's got to be. He's looking really good. He's got all the hair, maybe some teeth, you know. You can't complain. Lynn says, I don't think anyone would have blonde hair at 80s. Well, but some of them transition to probably silver. Is he in his 80s? And he's got kind of a similar haircut for decades. And it's because the guy who owned the salon probably has been the person doing it since. And I think we're very, very, very loyal to hairdressers. If we like a hairdresser, we literally want to follow them wherever they go. Stargazer says, I heard he was very humble. Yes, he seems to be. He seems to be like, you know, really down to earth guy. Because he didn't have to say goodbye to anybody. He could just walk out. No one would blame him. Michelle says, you're missing our witty comments. Oh my God, I lost. Oh, Michelle, Yes, guys, but we got this one. We got this one. Yes. This is the proof. Okay, Michelle, we see you. We see you. We miss all the witty comments. Dear Almighty, what is happening with YouTube? You know, missing icons, missing comments, particularly the witty ones. Lynn says, I love Rod. He's down to earth. He does not forget where he comes from. Yes, I know it's important, isn't it? Maybe that's why he's still, around. A lot of people probably just, lose their minds afterwards. I mean, the other day I saw a short, YouTube short, of the guy from Sex Pistol. I have to say, I'm not familiar with the music, okay, but he's quite well known, isn't it? Johnny Rotten. And he looks a mess, I have to say. I'm sorry, but he looks like he just looks broken completely. Because this guy had a really successful band. I think it's back in, was it 60s or 70s, right? And then that was it. That was it. And so his whole life, when you have success so long ago and so young, what do you do for the rest of your life? And I think Johnny Rotten is just one of those examples, because I only figured out who he was when he did the commercials, the adverts, the butter commercials, which is not very rock star thing to do. And I remember there was a lot of talk about that. It was ages ago. But I wonder how he sustained his life. I mean, I think Sex Pistol, they were successful for a while, but does it generate, that much money that he's able to, not do anything else afterwards? But he looks complete mess, I'm afraid. He probably drinks a lot, I don't know. Andrea says, I've got Apple and my live stream keeps jumping back in time. Oh, really? I have to close YouTube and reopen. It could be a YouTube issue if that's happening. Like, so many things are happening to YouTube because it's unlikely. I don't know, maybe some sort of compatibility thing. Maybe both sides have updates and they just don't like each other or something. And it takes time to fix. I don't know. Yes, because apparently some viewers have, their comments disappear for no reason. And with Michelle, at least some of the Michelle's comments are still appearing, but for some of you, I might not even see you. Maybe you are there. I just cannot see you. It's like we're in different dimensions. Oh dear. But if you're there, I'm saying hello. 161. Oh, Clara is a big fan of Ross Stewart as well. It does have really nice voice, isn't it? It's got like husky voice that's very, very unique. Oh, Jojo says he's a solid 10 in my book. Oh, he's got a lot of fans here in the chat. He'll be so pleased to know. And I think a while ago, well, I don't know when that was. I think I saw a YouTube video of him performing somewhere, and I think it's relatively recent. So I think he's still doing quite well. He was performing with Boy George, if you guys remember Boy George. Amanda says, my grandmother-in-law still had her undyed blonde hair in her 80s. My father-in-law's hair has never gone grey, really? From what? From silver? From blonde? And my husband's hair is very blonde and isn't started turning grey yet at 50s. I was told that, you know, if you if you try to with it's probably a miss, because looking at Boris Johnson, okay, I was told that if you're blonde, particularly if you're a guy, you always lose your hair when you're older. But then I'm thinking Boris Johnson, but Boris Johnson's not that old just yet. I think he's in his 60s, something like that. But I was always told, if you don't like a balding guy, okay, don't go for blonde guys. I was told. It's so unfair, isn't it? Because eventually they lose their hair. Is that true? Any blonde gentlemen in the chat there? You can share some light. Oh, Busy Mom. Busy Mom's hairdresser is her niece. How nice. And do you get haircuts for free? But also, if your hairdresser is someone you know really well, like a family member, can you tell them when you don't like it? If they do something you just don't like it, can you just go, well, yeah, it really sucks. I hate it. Sola says some of the hottest rock stars look hideous when they grow old because they don't care about themselves. Well, I don't know. If they have been successful for a long time, you know, even when they're older, they probably do better. I think the worst ones will probably be they have a few hits, really successful for a little while, and then nothing. So they struggle. Some of them take drugs. Some of them gain a lot of weight. All sorts of things can happen, right? When you're down and out, no one looks great. And I think Johnny Rotten is probably one of them. He just doesn't look like he's doing very well, you know? But I have to say, David Bowie, you know, even in his 60s, he looked amazing. Wolf says, I think Johnny Rotten did a lot of questionable substances, which probably caused his current state. I think is, yes, it's coming back to bite him in the bum. But also, you know, sometimes a lot of rock stars, they probably had a wild period, like David Bowie, I just mentioned. You know, he went through a period that he was heavily drugged and everything, you know, all sorts of things, anything goes. But then he realized, he kind of managed to recover from it. And, you know, I think he was relatively free of drugs and stuff later on in his life. So, it really depends on how you live the remaining time rather than what you did once upon a time. Stargazer says it is probably good. We're missing Michelle's sarcastic comments. Oh no. Stargazer thinks it's sarcastic, but Michelle thinks that they're really, really witty. Solar says if you maintain a relatively healthy lifestyle, there's no reason why you can't look good all your life. And also, yes, definitely, because if you're healthy, it doesn't matter what it is, you just look nice, better, isn't it? We're not necessarily talking about, beautiful, whatever, in the conventional sense. You just look well. And I think it's nice to look well. 160. Janine says, I got my hair cut today by my favorite hairdresser, me. Do you cut your own hair, Ginny? Are you that talented? It must be tricky to cut the back because I tried to cut my own hair during COVID. Oh my, it's tricky, particularly the back. I'm okay cutting Mr. Yogi's hair. I can cut someone else's hair. I mean, if it's a really simple haircut, right? But cutting one's hair is tricky. And I think it's probably okay if you have very long hair, you just, like trim it. But if you want like a hairstyle, it's quite tricky, isn't it? Doing yourself. Oh, Busy Mom is a Boy George fan as well. There is a restaurant in London Chinatown. Um, it's a it's a restaurant is known for being rude to the customers. If you look up a guide for London, tourism, like where to go, etc., the name will probably come up. It's a restaurant called 1K, and they're known for just being totally rude to the customers and shout at the customers. And that building where the restaurant is in Chinatown, I think just above, maybe right above the restaurant, or maybe the flat next to it. That's where Boy George used to live. He lived in the middle of a Chinatown, apparently. That's where as far as the legend goes. And he probably lived there before he became famous. Sola knows the name. Do you really want to hurt me? I know the song. I know the song. Jojo says maybe Boris uses Rogaine or a hair transplant. Boris Johnson, Rogaine, is that some sort of a hair growing thingy? Like whatever people rub on top of their hair. But Boris has very, very fine hair. If you look at his pictures, it looks like fur. I don't think it has hair. I think Boris has fur on his head. Really, really fine and really, really blonde. And completely blonde, because some people have blonde hair but mixed with other colors. His hair is just like blonde. And I think his dad as well. His dad is very blonde as well. Oh, Amanda says my husband family on his dad's side all have masses of hair and they're blonde to sort of light reddish blonde. Oh, so more like what's the word? Yes, I know what you mean. Slightly orangey tone, and no one's going bald, so that's a miss then. Maybe someone's trying to stop me from going out with blonde guys. Ah, so busy mom pays for it. That's very nice. That's very nice. I'll probably try to get a freebie. So, hey, you're my niece. You can give me a discount, like 0. Ginny says my husband has a full set of hair, salt and pepper, but I'm glad he has all his hair. Ginny, I'll share this secret with you, okay? I'm slightly embarrassed of saying that, but I do like a guy with hair, okay? There's nothing wrong going bald, okay? And it's no one's fault. But I do like, a little bit of hair on top. So, but I remember there was an ex-boyfriend, okay? He was an artist. And when I was going out with him, he had full set of hair. And a few years later, social media being what it is, like Facebook and everything, you see pictures, don't you? And, there's not much left. But I didn't know. I didn't see the sign because a lot of people, if they're going bald, you kind of know. You can notice, there's a little bit going, or maybe the hairline is a little bit higher. I couldn't tell. He had a lot of hair. But we parted ways, and a few years later, I saw him on he's got his own website because he's an artist, and also on social media. There's he shaved his hair, but I could tell that there wasn't much left. So do you think it's terrible for me to think that it's a lucky escape? Terrible. It's not his fault, okay? It's okay not to have hair. Mr. Yogi has a lot of hair. So far. He's probably having cold sweat right now. Yes, I think genes definitely has a lot to do with it, Amanda. If you have a family history of, men losing hair, it's quite possible that you might have it. Like, the princes, okay, William and Harry, Prince Charles. That it's quite interesting with the royal family because Prince Charles, yes, he's losing some hair, but he's not balding completely. It's a very different kind of pattern. So if you look at Prince Charles, he's quite thin at the back, at the crown, toward the back. But the front, he still has a fair bit of hair. So I was quite surprised when Prince William started losing hair, and also so young as well, because Prince Charles, now it's the king, obviously, but Prince Charles, I think he had a fair bit of hair at William's age, around 30-ish. I think William probably started losing hair in the late 20s. And I think by the time he got married, it started to be really, really obvious. And now he's got very little left. And I think he should just shave it, because at the moment he's still got the sort of really typical, hairstyle for people balding. He's still keeping the side above his ears. I think he's just accentuating the fact that he's balding. I think he should just shave it. It would be so much better. So much better. He's just holding on to a little bit he's got. And, I'm sure it's not fun losing hair for someone so young, but I think at some point you just need to bite the bullet and just shave it. And he will look better for it. because otherwise it really ages you. But the thing is, I was even more shocked when I realized Harry was losing hair as well, because I thought Harry probably, dodged the bullet. And, he had quite a lot of hair when William started losing hair. So I thought, well, maybe it's just, sometimes you take on the genes from your dad. Maybe Harry was lucky. He was taking on from Diana, perhaps. But he's now losing a lot of hair. The last time I saw him, not personally, but on media, he's losing a lot of hair. His hair is very, very thin now. So, and, in some way, the king probably has more hair than both of them combined, which is, a bit of a shocker. So I don't know how it works. Janine says, I think Boy George almost died from drugs. I think he's touring around this year. I think he's got some sort of revival recent years. I think he was really down and out for a long time. I think quite a lot of, people having success when they're very young, they have problems because time moves on, particularly with music, unless you're some sort of, genius, that your music just loved eternally. But otherwise, you go out of favor, and what do you do for the rest of your life? And a lot of them turn to substances. Amanda says, Boy George seems to have got his act together and gotten off drugs. Yes, he seems to be doing much better in the past several years. Sometimes they just have to go through that phase of just, completely just go off the bend. And then some of them find their way back. Some don't, A lot of them just, either die young or they just become victim of substances. Definitely. 1, 2, 3. And I think it's all part of the journey, isn't it? Because what they're, their lives are very different from ordinary people. So they have no playbooks they can follow. Not that many of them. And a lot of them, as I said, probably die young tragically because, like Amy Winehouse or whatever, or Elvis or whatever. That seems to be more typical. Not many actually manage to find their way back and become, happy again. So Boy George, I hope is genuine, happiness and sobriety, really. Andrea says, I haven't cut my hair in 10 years. What? 10 years. And she says, I use an old-fashioned technique called candlestick. I single the dead end with a singe the dead end with candles. Andrea is sharing her secrets. Where's your comment? Guys, have a look at this, okay? You think you just come here to learn how to stitch. No, this is what you get. The gems that you get to get split ends. Andrea's literally just burn the ends off. Wouldn't I just create more burnt ends, Andrea? And what if it just keeps burning? You're going to go from long hair to short hair. Maybe that's why Andrea hasn't cut hair for 10 years, because she doesn't have to. She just burns them off. She just burns the hair off. I've never heard of that. Is that some sort of a secret technique that you got from somebody? That's incredible. Jeanine says, I can't see the back, so it doesn't matter. That's hilarious, Jeanine. Oh my goodness. Indeed. Yes. Why do you care if you can't see it, right? Yes. Oh my goodness. You know, I chat with you guys every day, but every chat, I'm still, I have not stopped being amazed by things. It's marvelous. Marvelous. Strawberry blonde, that's the word I was looking for. Yes, slightly reddish blonde, strawberry blonde. But isn't that rare hair though? Where does it become rare hair with strawberry blonde? Because you know, some people can go very, very red, but some in between. But blonde people don't like to be told that they're actually red. Red hair. They're going, no, I'm blonde. What are you talking about? Amanda says Patrick Stewart is a very handsome, bold man, but I do like a good head of hair. Amanda, you're such a hypocrite. You're praising, you know, Patrick Stewart being, you know, really handsome, but you, for personal use, Amanda prefers some hair. Well, I can admire a guy with less hair and still think he's, you know, good looking or, you know, just nice in general. But yes, when it comes to personal use, I prefer a little bit of hair, okay? It's just me. I know. But I'm sure both men are very nice too. Andreas' bonus is hereditary. There's a gene that determines it. Is usually carried by the mother's side. Really? So if your dad is bald, it doesn't mean you. If you're guy, you're going to be bald. But does that mean Diana's side? Well, it would be interesting to look at Diana's dad. Okay, I don't know what his dad looked like. I can't remember. But maybe her dad was balding or something. I was just really surprised when I realized that the princes, they're both balding, particularly William to start with, so young. He was so young as well, and so handsome. See you later, Lynn. 99. Passion for stamping says, do you know that I'm actually related to King Charles? Which one? There are probably multiple ones. Passion, are you? Are you like the distant cousin of somebody? So the princes, they have to call you auntie or something. Wow, we have a royalty in the house, okay? Let me highlight. Where are you, passion stamping? I'm slightly behind the chat, but there you go. Yeah, it's official. We have royalty in this chat, okay, guys? Curtsy, all right? It's all good. It's all good. Right, so bonus, thinning hairs from your mother's side. I didn't know that. Because normally, if someone's balding, I always think about their dad. Is probably some sort of, you know, something that's coming from the dad's side. So we have to blame Diana for the balding princess. Yes, of course, Andrea. So you have long hair, but I'm surprised you still have long hair, having burning your hair with a candle. I'm surprised you've got any hair left. Where am I exactly? Why does it not match? I was thinking, I'm just busy reading the chat. I think I just stitch the colors all over the place. One, two. Nothing's matching. Janine says, I hate when balding men cut all their hair off. It's ridiculous. Really, Janine? Do you not think it's more dignified? So you like a little bit of a comb over, do you, Janine? Is that all the secrets are coming out? Janine and comb over. No, I think comb overs is such a bad idea because you're just stressing the fact that you're bald. Because if you just shave it, some people shave their hair, some men shave their hair by choice. I know it's strange, but some people like it, like a crew cut, number one, just because they like it. But if you're having a comb over or some sort of leftover from, whatever you still got, that is just, emphasizing the fact that you're balding. That's such a bad idea. And, they generally look older as well, because that kind of look is just aging. Exactly. Hi, McLaren. Yes, late for the party indeed, but great to see you. And I am going to park it down here. Amanda says, I'm related to the last Mononite martyr. So his brother, who's that? Not the same as King Charles. Yes, I have not heard from Passion. Like, how far away are you? Are you going to take over the throne if for whatever reason they got wiped out? Is that your turn next? Jojo says, I bought a new needle minder today, shaped like pink bra. The title is support group. That's funny, Jojo. In fact, that's very true, isn't it? Passion says, I'm a distant cousin to King Charles on my mother's side. He's my 12th cousin, twice removed. Oh, there you go. And do you get invited for, tea parties? And Passion is in Australia, isn't it? If I remember correctly. Jeannie says no comb, not comb over, but keep the hair you have. But what if what you have is just like fluffy bits, in a bag and on the side? Is that a good look to keep it though, Jeannie? We need to talk about this. This is important. I'm not sure that's a good idea. No, Amanda's got a picture of somebody who's got fluffy bits left over. I think if you're just, thinning a little bit, obviously, you can still keep whatever you got. But when you've got when you've only got what Prince William's got right now, which is essentially around just under the crown area above the ears, that's not a good look. That really isn't a good look. I bet if he shaved his hair, Prince William, if you're listening, you're gonna look about 15 years younger, because at the moment he looks so much older because of his hair. Oh dear. Let me do one more color. I can't believe it's 12:30. Just talking about, hair. Let me see. Let me do this one then. Is it this one? Oh no, this one over here. I think I probably messed up a few stitches around here, but no one notices. No one cares. Me either. Me either. I don't care. Where am I exactly? Okay. 1, 2. Let me come over here and do this one. This one. You know what? I know what happened. I don't know. I don't even know where I am right now, seriously. Because nothing looks like anything. Why don't I do this one? Just one stitch. This one I know is correct. One last stitch. Andrea says, my teenage son is already starting to get receding hairline. So does that mean it's coming from you? Because according to the chat, it's coming from the gene from the mum. Janine says, if Prince William shaved his whole hair, that would be awful. But Janine, it's going that way anyway. Have you seen his photos recently? He's literally, he doesn't have a lot left. So eventually, if he doesn't shave it, he's going to lose more anyway, lose everything. So it's a matter of time. And I think it will probably look better when everything's gone. Because in the moment, he's holding on to bits and pieces. So Passion says, I'm in Canada. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you were from Australia. Sincere apologies. So Passion is from Canada. And she says, my parents immigrated to Canada from Birmingham in 1946. Right. So maybe just for the last generation or maybe the generation before, right? Wow. From Birmingham. Janine says, Janine, I'm so glad, Prince William has not got you as a stylist. Janine says Prince William should grow goatee. That would look great. But this is a problem. This is a problem. A lot of people losing hair from the top, and they try to grow facial hair to compensate it. How many men have you seen? They have nothing on top, and they have full set of beard because they're able to grow hair from the face, and they do it. And but I think within reason, before you turn into protesting too much. Amanda says, found him. Look on the new post in Yogi's group. Who are we talking about? Alan Noodle? Who is he? Hang on, let's have a look. We need to examine the situation, okay? Hair is important. Let's have a look. Where is it? New, let's go for new post. Where is it, Amanda? Let me sort. Well, Facebook is so funny. It doesn't show the newest post sometimes. Let's have a look. Where is it? Is it a picture of a man? Oh, all right. I found it. Guys, I hope you enjoy the view, okay? So this is the man. It's called, his name is Alan Noodle. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. President of Giant Foods in the 80s. And what about him? Do you fancy his hair? Is that what it is? So this is like what? This is what we're talking. This is the comb over. I don't even think that's comb over, guys. I'm not making fun of you, okay, Alan? And I'm just stating the fact. I don't think that's his hair. Would you say? So what are we talking about? What about him? What about him? Yes, goatee's nice. Depends on, within reason. I like a little bit of stubble, but not like a beard. I don't like beard. I don't mind a little bit of stubble, not too long, not too long. So what about this gentleman? Is that what Janine likes? Is that, Janine, your ideal sort of, hair situation when it comes to receding hairline or just outright just losing hair? Jojo says, if Prince William, and sincere apologies to Prince William, okay, Prince Harry, yes, we are talking behind your back and in front of you, perhaps. And Jojo says, if Prince William shaves his hair, his hat will slide off. No, why would his hair slide off? He's not wearing hats all the time, Prince William. Maybe a crown, but he's not wearing his crown all the time. Well, he's not wearing crown. He's a prince. He's not a king yet. But I'm sure the hat would be okay. We can always have double-sided glue to glue it on top. Okay. Yes. Okay. This fine-looking gentleman. Yes, the hair. I don't think it belongs to his. To him. I would be very surprised. Amanda says Ginny must be teasing us. No one looks good balding with a goatee. That's a creepy man in the van who lives in his mom's basement. It's got that kind of look, isn't it? It's like really hairy but no hair. Yes, that's we're offending so many people who have very little hair. I'm so sorry. The chat's opinion doesn't represent this this channel. Okay, I just disclaimer. And Amanda says no, it's a real comb over. I've talked to him. That's a very popular balding hairstyle back in the day. No, come on, let's examine the situation, okay, Amanda? I'm not being picky here. There's no way this combing situation, this hairline is natural, okay? I do not look at this. That volume of comb over is just where do you grow this amount of hair? Do you mean it grows? The problem is not so much the amount of hair that's been combed over, it's the hairline. Normal hairline doesn't look like this. I'm sorry to break the news to you, Amanda. I don't think this is organic. I'm so sorry, Alan, whoever you are. I don't know who you are, but I'm just stating the truth, okay? This hairline is not normal, because hairline, you can see the line in between. This is a very typical formation when you have a piece attached on top. Wouldn't you say, chat? Am I wrong? Am I wrong in this in the hair situation? We have to be accurate here, okay? I think this piece is somewhat attached on top of whatever it's it's there. I'm so sorry. Nothing against, receding hairline or whatever it is. It's just hair. And it's nobody's fault, okay? Blame the mom. Blame the mom. Yes. Amanda is just insistent, okay? Amanda says, I shall find you other pictures from the 80s. You grew the part out and then flip it over and hairspray it. But why would you? The whole point, Amanda, let's analyze this, okay? The whole point, why would anybody go for comb over? Have you noticed I stopped stitching? And we need to clarify the situation, okay? Amanda, why would anybody do comb over, right? Let's start there. You do comb over because you want to look like you have hair. Isn't that fact? Right, Chad? Are you with me? So you want to do comb over because you want to look like you still have hair. So you want to make it look natural though. So when you I'm so sorry, Alan. I have to use your photo as demonstration, okay? I think you're a fine-looking gentleman, okay? I like your tie, okay? Maybe it's a choice in the 80s, but it's okay. It looks like it's got goosebumps on the tie, but it's okay. It's sign of time. We're talking about 80s. But if you want to look like you have hair, wouldn't this be the last thing you do? Because you're literally telling people there's an additional element attached on top of whatever you have over here. And it's not just the 80s. I'm sure there's still gentlemen out there sporting something that's similar to this. Some college professors, you can probably find a few looking just like this. And we're talking 2026. I'm sure it still happens. Okay, so it's more about the, I don't know. I think if you comb over, you can see, a lot of professors, they do that. You can see a hairline here. Do you know what I mean? You can grow as much as you want with the bits you've got. When you comb over, you would be able to, it doesn't matter how much hairspray you use, you should be able to see some hair. Let me use my fine needle to point out, to highlight the element that we're talking about. You should have a hairline visible here. It has to be visible, because if you're pulling your hair to a different direction, like with my thread here, if I pull it over there, let's do it with the part threads, okay? If I split my the hair halfway, let me do it this way, okay? When I turn it, I can't do it, it's not thick enough. If I pull the thread, like layer it and pull it over, I would see this hairline there. But it's not visible, and it's not possible unless it's attached. Guys, I know we like to think that's an organic hairstyle, but I don't think it is. I'm so sorry, Amanda. Guys, are you with me, or are you with Amanda? So says, I say, be yourself, comb over, do not apply. Well, I think I do have a lot of empathy for people losing hair, because imagine, as a woman, if I lost my hair, I'm going to be devastated, and I don't think it's easier for guys. I do not say it's easy. It's got to be very, very difficult, particularly if you're younger, right? You expect to have a full set of hair. But at some point, once you get over the trauma, and I think it's got to be traumatic, definitely. I totally believe that. When you get over that, at some point you have to go, well, what will make me look best? And I say, shave it. Really shave it. A lot of people look great with shaved hair. And Clara says, Yogi, you need to get out more often and observe people on the sidewalk. On the sidewalks. in the courthouse, etc. There are many men who do this. You mean this, Clara? Yes, I know a lot of people do comb over. I've seen comb over. I'm saying, I'm saying, when you do this, I can totally believe it. Some of them do it organically, but those you can see a hairline here. Okay, as I demonstrated with my fine part threads here. If you lift the hair over, you can see the hairline. Janine, right? Janine is with me, guys. At least one person believe that hair is not natural. And, the comb over itself is not quite natural because you can't lift the hair from somewhere else and take it to a different direction and say, hey, this is just the way, my hair grows. I have a problem with that, okay? It defies logic. Hair doesn't grow that way. Passion says men with comb overs can't leave the house on a windy day. Oh my God. Yes, that's why I think that's where the hairspray comes in, is to stabilize the hair in one place. So, when it comes to windy day or rainy days, Passion, what do you do with rainy days? Even the hairspray melts. It cannot withstand the power of water. And Clara says hairspray. The debate goes on. The debate continues. Amanda says, I don't think you understand the styling method in the 80s. Oh, there's a styling method. Here we go. And she says, you can't even recreate them anymore because cancerous hairspray doesn't exist longer. I'm sure you can still get hairspray. You can still get hairspray. Maybe the hairspray nowadays is made of different things, but you can still get hairspray. But I don't care how much hairspray you've got. When it comes to windy days, when it comes to rainy days, what do? It still buckles under the power of nature, At some point, something has to give. Yes, Janine, hairspray melting. I don't know which part is worse. So imagine when this gentleman got attacked by a rainstorm, some sort of storms, just happens suddenly, okay? It can happen anytime. This part of hair is going to flow the other way. So it's not just the fact that there will be nothing on top. It's going to be a lot on the side. I just don't. Yes, it's not ideal, okay, guys. And so I think the best, if your hair is shaved, no problem. You can have a hailstorm, hurricane, tornado. It doesn't go anywhere. It's weatherproof. When you're sporting hair like that, it's just not ideal, okay? It restricts your movement a lot. You have to stay indoor or have an umbrella with you permanently. Chat. I think we have reached our conclusion, okay? The do's and don'ts when it comes to hair. And luckily, us ladies, it happens to us less. I'm sure there are probably ladies that, have similar problems, but do not do a comb over. It's just not ideal. It's the nature is against you, all right? And on that note, yes, it's 15 minutes to midnight in the UK. Oh, Busy Mom says, Yogi, in the 80s, we used to spray our hair with hairspray and the wind would be blowing and our hair never moves. This is how strong the hairspray was. Maybe that's why it was banned. It was made of material that shouldn't be. When your hair doesn't move. It is quite funny. Sometimes when you watch So the other day, for the magic of algorithm. Okay, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I know, but I just have to tell you, share this story with you. I through the magic of algorithm, YouTube algorithm, I was served a whole bunch of aerobics videos back in the 80s. And these people are super fit. If you Google aerobics, the 80s aerobics, you probably fall into the rabbit hole for hours. You can't get out. These people are super fit. They're super fit, but their hair, when they do the jumping and all the moves, their hair don't move. We're talking about the 80s. I think it was the hairspray was definitely right there. You can see that's definitely being applied quite religiously. No one's hair moved, even though they're jumping around, they're flipping, they're doing backflip, and also they look quite old. I have to say, in today's standard, those people probably in their 20s or early 30s, they look much older, probably about a decade older, probably because of the hairspray. So I don't know. I don't know what my conclusion is. On that note, guys, oh, we've got we have a new Sue Page. Sue Page has just joined. Sue Page, welcome. Sue Page says, I've never joined live before. I can't believe I missed out on this. It's hilarious. Well, Sue Page, if you come to the chat frequent enough, you will notice a trend. Okay, the chat normally starts to deteriorate about midway, because in the beginning we talk about stitching a lot, and then gradually it just starts to go downhill. And normally this is where we are at the end of the stream. Okay, so Sue, you joined the right point. And yes, on that note, God, I could be here till 5 a.m. In the UK time. Okay, but I am going to sign out. It's 10 minutes to 1 o'clock, guys. Yes, have mercy. I know. This chat is unstoppable. And so on this note, oh, Lona, yes, my knuckle. Yes, I cut with scissors. I was cutting something with the food scissors, and I was being very careless. So and do not report to the police. Okay, there's no domestic violence situation here. Okay, Mr. Yogi is innocent, and it's me being clumsy. Okay, so on that. Yes, Janine says, I think Yogi only got about 60 stitches tonight. I nearly forgot. I was about to sign out. I lost my plot. I supposed to show you my stitch count. Okay, guys, are you ready? Are you ready? Before I sign out, I'm going to share the stitch count with you. Hopefully a little bit more than 60 today. Here we go. Okay, guys, I am going to share with you the number of stitches I've done today. I'm counting down to 3, 2. If my iPad still can catch up, 1. Hit the button. Okay, my iPad is frozen, but you have to trust me. It doesn't move anymore. If my iPad's given up, okay, guys, would you believe me if I said I've got 160? Yay! I have to prove it because my iPad literally frozen right now. 160, not bad. 100 extra than the prediction, okay? And so I've done relatively well, isn't it? So here we go. On that note, no hairspray and do not do comb over, all right? That's the conclusion of today's session. And if you have not learned anything from this stream, just take notes, okay? And do not burn your hair with a candle. That's also a very good, very sound advice from Yogi. Okay, I'm yoga teacher. I'm not a hairdresser, but I can tell you this much: fire and hair do not mingle. All right. On that note, safe safe journey wherever you go, and safe stitching. And tomorrow, guys, if you did not hear it, tomorrow I have emergency cover tomorrow night. Okay, so you have a break and catch up with the with the live stream. Okay, do your homework, and I'll be back on Thursday night. Okay, and we can resume whatever we're talking about. And night night, everyone. Love you all. Bye bye. Bye bye. Night night night.